92.7.
The following is a presentation of DRG Media Group Sports.
The official voice of the Pierre Governors, DRG Media Group.
Pierre Governors State Championship Football on River 92.7 is brought to you by Bank West, Beck Motors, Dakota Storm Roofing, Dairy Queen, Live Ticket, Overhead Door, Rinky Gray Wealth Management, Avera Orthopedics, Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota, Kruger Contracting, and the Brittany Shufflebind Agency. Governor Football is brought to you by Wegner Auto, Kathy Sunshine Properties, Oahe Federal Credit Union, the May Adam Law Firm, Fisher Rouse and Associates Insurance and Real Estate, Lynn's Dakota Mart, Gators Pizza, Pasta, and Subs, Pierre Regional Airport, American Bank and Trust, Oahe Family YMCA, Red Rosa Italian Grill, Swenson Cowan Dental, First Dakota National Bank, and the Boys and Girls Club of the capital area. Governor Football is brought to you in part by Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union. These special in-game sponsors bring you Governor Football. Potsdam Agency State Farm Insurance, the Hughes County Sheriff's Department, the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, Central Dakota Eye Care, Envirotech, the South Dakota Attorney General's Office Division of Consumer Protection, Comtech, Coca-Cola Bottling, Leiden and Associates, Ameriprise Financial, Family Dental of Pierre and Gettysburg, Hermanson Endodontics, Cowboy Country Stores, and Gale's Gas Service.
Now, Pierre Governor Football.
Hey, a very good Saturday morning, everybody. A day of high school football coming your way. Not just any day, it's another state 11AA championship entrance for the Pierre Governors. We welcome you to the Dakota Dome and the campus of the University of South Dakota here in Vermilion. Brian Oakland ready to go with play-by-play. We'll be joined by John Soda on the color commentary, also by David Burrell, who will provide some commentary courtside, maybe some interview here and there as well. Looking forward to a big day, of course. The Pierre Governors, no strangers to this ball game. In fact, they're going for a record-tying sixth straight state championship, which was finished or accomplished by the West Central Trojans back some 25 years ago or so. Here are the Governors, of course, 5 straight 11AA championships. It's a rematch of last year's state 11AA championship. Of course, everybody remembers the Governors winning that one on the final play of the game with a 40-yard field goal from Cole Peterson. Today, we'll see. Will we have more of the same fireworks, or will the Governors control this one toward the end, or will T-Area come up and pull off the upset that they could not complete a year ago? We'll find out. Lots to look forward to, and we've got an extended pregame coming up. We'll do most of the same things. We'll just talk a little more in depth about what we've got coming up. First of all, we'll take a look in our Becky Potsdam State Farm pregame show. After a 3-minute timeout, we'll take a look at the season that has been for the Pierre Governors. We'll look at the state championship games that have been played so far. Also preview one more, the 11 AAA game coming up this evening. And we'll obviously have the keys to success, an extended conversation with head coach Steve Steele with that coming up. We'll hear from Scott Fry, the head coach of the T-Area Titans, a little bit later on. Starting lineups, game officials, and a whole lot more coming up after our opening 3-minute timeout. You're listening to Pierre Governor State Championship Football Saturday morning into the afternoons, and your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7, and we are live streaming, audio only, though, at drgnews.com.
For over 100 years, State Farm Insurance has been there to help whenever you need them. The team at Potsdam State Farm is your Central South Dakota good neighbor. While technology may have changed, you can always expect top-notch customer service from Potsdam State Farm. They'll take care of all of your insurance and financial service needs, where good neighbor service is their continued priority. Potsdam State Farm Insurance, with offices in Pierre and Gregory.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest, convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
At American Family Insurance, we help protect what you've achieved so you can fearlessly go after your dreams. For auto, home, business, and life, contact us today. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance, Life Mutual, Standard of Ohio and Wisconsin Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin, 53783.
Call the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, LLC, with offices in Pierre, Oneida, and Gettysburg.
Have you found yourself worrying about inflation and market volatility? Considering what should I do? Can I do anything? Am I going to be okay? The Ranky Gray team has been coaching their clients through these tumultuous times for over 35 years. Let us discover what easy, time-tested adjustments can be made for you. For a free second opinion, our team can be reached at 605-224-5959. Let's start today.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC. A registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC and Ranky Gray Wealth Management are separate entities from LPL Financial.
There's an app for everything, including high school sports from the stations of DRG Media Group. Download the DRG News app, brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino, from the App Store or Google Play. It takes only a moment, so you'll have it in time for this game. See live and archived video of all games. And when you select your favorite station during the live stream, the video will immediately pop up. See Central South Dakota high school sports on your phone or mobile device with the DRG News app, brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino. Download it now at the App Store or Google Play.
One team. The Pierre Governors know what that means, and so do the men and women of the Hughes County Sheriff's Office. No matter how good you are, a good team makes you better. To be the best, that takes teamwork. If you want to know more about the Hughes County Sheriff's Office and their 361 team, log on at hughescounty.org and click on the Sheriff tab. The Hughes County Sheriff's Office and the Pierre Govs, winning teams. We'll work our way all the way up to a 1 o'clock kickoff here. Our pregame brought to you by the Becky Pottsova State Farm Insurance Agency in Pierre. And we welcome you to the origination of our broadcast. It's the Hughes County Sheriff's Office broadcast booth. As the men and women of the Sheriff's Office, we thank them for doing what they do on a daily basis, and all first responders as well, but also for giving us the spot to sit right at about the 43-yard line, just near midfield, looking down on that beautiful South Dakota Coyote logo at midfield. I'm a USD guy, so I get a little nostalgic when I come here. You can't blame me for that. And being a Pierre Governor fan, and 5 straight state championships, and now 6 in the last 10 years, maybe looking for a 7th. It's also a reason to be a little nostalgic when we come here. So a good view from here. Pierre fans will be across the way on the other side of the Dakota Dome. So if there's a lot of cheering that you hear, it may unfortunately be coming from the T area side. But we'll look forward to good things coming. And a good view here from the Hughes County Sheriff's Office broadcast booth. Joined by John Calda here today. And Coach, you've obviously followed this team as well as anybody for a number of years. And you know, all of the history that the Governors have had. You don't worry about that, because what you worry about is just one ball game, and that's on the Governors here today.
Yeah, and that's I mean, to me, that's what's exciting about this game, is that, you know, in the 11A ranks right now, 11AA ranks, is these teams have seen each other. It's a little different than the 9AA and maybe 9-man teams, where maybe those teams haven't seen each other all year. You know, this is one where, you know, again, the history's here. It's, you know, these teams have both been here before, and it's just a simple fact of just who can execute the best game plan today.
And not only the Governors who've been here 5 years in a row, and the other times in the previous 4 years, but T area, this is their 5th trip to the Dakota Dome in 7 years, going back to their days at 11. They have, you know, they were champions to, well, they were in the Dome 2 out of 3 years as a 11A, and then won 2 of those 3. And then also last year, of course. So this is a team and a program that they know what's going on here today, too.
Yeah, that's what's kind of exciting about just the day like today, is that it's the shock and awe. I mean, obviously you're excited to be here, but the shock and awe is kind of gone. It's, you know, it's not the expectation of just getting here. Now the expectation is, what can you do to win it?
And I know for Pierre Governor fans, at least, that you know, I don't think the kids are all that nervous. I mean, especially the ones who have played. This will play maybe their 3rd straight game, but I think it's mostly the parents and the fans are a little more nervous about this game.
To me, that's what's a great thing that coach and staff does, and Coach Steele does, is that you look on the field right now, and I don't know the exact numbers, but we've got, I think, 20, 23 freshmen that are up here with the team this year, and they get that experience of being on the field. They get that experience of being in the practices, the week before and leading up to it, and just the expectations. And so, again, just kind of that nervous energy, I think, is out of it.
And David Burrell, who will be joining us from the side of the field. David, you've been here the last couple of years as well, and now you're getting a taste of the atmosphere. You were here on Thursday for the 9B championship, so there are going to be a few more people here today and a little louder, I think, in the dome for sure.
Quite a few, in fact, Ryan. And in fact, you talk about the fans as really having the anticipation for this. I got to walk all around this building about 11:45. They opened the doors at noon, but there were people, especially Pierre fans, jumping up and down because it's pretty cold out there. They were saying, we want to get in, we want to get in. And finally, when the door's in, they came in, and now that section that, as you mentioned, is on the opposite side from us is already about half full.
And that's where the one seed fan base is going to be. So,
Mic test.
We are still working on some of our audio there, as I think we had the PA mic that was cutting in on that. So we'll work some of those technical difficulties out. We just want to put a good broadcast forward, so that's all we're trying to do. Governors are doing through their pregame warm-ups, and T Area is doing their thing as well. We'll take a 3-minute timeout, and we'll come back and take a look at the state championships that have been so far. And that and more. So welcome to the Becky State Farm pregame show. This is Pierre Governors Football.
Do you love watching high school sports but find yourself wanting to be more involved? Live Ticket TV has the solution for you. They're looking for production managers to assist for this school year. Duties include the management of equipment as well as basic technological understanding. But don't stress, paid training will be provided. Part-time wages start at $20 per hour. Call 833-605-LIVE extension 2. That's 833-605-5483 extension 2 and punch your ticket to joining one of the fastest growing companies in South Dakota.
Beck Motor Company has savings in every department this November. Up to $200 mail-in rebate on a set of brand new tires. Plus, we're throwing in 4 free oil changes. Holiday shopping ideas. Take 10% off all GM accessories. Spray and bed liners, only $5.95. Hand wash for just $20. And light details, $75 and $90. And don't forget, we have gift certificates available. Beck-Motors.com, 605-224-5912.
Do you dream of a custom home built within your budget and done on time? Kruger Contracting can make that dream a reality. They're a trusted home builder since 2003, and they're going to be upfront and open about cost and transparent about where your money is going when it comes to your new home. Their skilled crew will manage construction of your new home from start to finish. They're located in Pierre and can build your home in Pierre, Fort Pierre, or the surrounding area. Call 605-222-2523. Visit KrugerContracting.com or find Kruger Contracting on Facebook.
It's pretty obvious the world is moving faster than ever, and that means my health sometimes takes a back seat. Pressing pause on life to call for an appointment, shuffle my afternoon schedule, drive across town for a doctor's appointment sometimes feels impossible. My day just got better because I'm feeling better with the help of Avera Now. I can use my mobile device or computer for an online video visit that allows me to see a provider for urgent care conditions 24/7. Technology that fits my life with the quality health care of Avera. Learn how to begin at avera.org/now.
Hey, DQ fans, I'm so thankful for November's Blizzard of the Month, and you will be too. The Oreo Hot Cocoa Blizzard Treat is back. Yes, you heard that right. Oreo cookies, cocoa fudge, whipped topping, and world-famous DQ soft serve all blended together into tantalizing treat perfection. Go quick. Something this delicious won't be available forever. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy taste good.
Chances are you're overlooking a big energy thief in your home or commercial building. The garage doors. But Overhead Door Company of Pierre can help stop that energy waste with a full range of insulated, weather-tight garage doors. Their residential garage doors give you insulated performance at an uninsulated price. And their Thermocore insulated steel doors give commercial buildings the energy efficiency they demand today. Find out more. Call Overhead Door Company of Pierre at 1-800-649-9905 and put a stop to the garage door energy thief.
the Dome in Vermilion as the Governors and the T-Area Titans getting set for battle one more time. Two teams that met at Hollister Field in Pierre on October 14th. And, of course, the Governors had their tightest game of the year as far as end result, 35-30. T-Area scored late, recovered an onside kick, but a Hail Mary pass was tipped and picked off by Lincoln Canos to preserve the victory and preserve the perfect season that has been for the Governors after winning that state title match a year ago over T-Area. A lot of skill position players back this year. Of course, quarterback, receivers, running back, they're all there. Some great linemen that have been a part of this. And, of course, a great linebacking core and defensive backfield that have made plays all season long. Just one more chance for the Governors to shine here for the 2022 high school football season. Other teams have had their chances to shine here in the Dome so far this weekend. Also, last weekend, we go back to last Friday in the All-Nations Conference Championships were decided. Classes A and B. The first game was the A Championship, and the Todd County Falcons defeated Red Cloud 72-26, rolling up the offense in that one. And again, Lower Brule, a shutout. The top seed in the Class B conference as they beat Teospazina 46-0. Then the championships got going again on Thursday. The 9B championship, the second seed at Hitchcock-Tulare Patriots defeating number one seed Harriet Selby area 50-28. Gregory Gorillas, the 3 seed in 9A, knocked off previously unbeaten Warner, who was the top seed 36-23 to win the 9A crown. And then yesterday morning, when the game started, congratulations to the Wall Eagles as they finish a perfect season. They defeated the Parkston Trojans, who had knocked off a couple of teams along the way. Maybe some upsets, but Parkston was really playing well. No, not today, or not yesterday, say the Wall Eagles, 34-14. Very cool to have a Mountain Time Zone West River team cracking the top spot and becoming state champions there. Former Stanley County basketball coach Lex Heathershaw, a Wall Eagle himself, leading his hometown team to a championship. We're proud of that bunch there. Also, last night, or actually yesterday afternoon, the Winter Warriors finally met their match as Elk Point Jefferson was the 3 seed, and the Huskies knock off the Warriors 21-14. Very well played by Elk Point Jefferson, as John Wayne Calda probably proud of some of those guys. And last night, Del Rapids, a perfect season complete as they beat West Central 24-7. I was watching that game, and really kind of a lackluster game, especially for the Trojans, but really for both teams. Del Rapids had a couple of touchdowns late to make it a little more wide open victory. But Coach Calda, from what you've seen this weekend, your prognostications, I guess, or your feelings about the play, it's been pretty interesting. Number one seeds have had some problems so far. It hasn't been easy, and I don't expect that for the Governors today.
No, and I'm kind of give credit a little bit to the High School Activity Association for revamping their 9-man system a little bit. And I think we're seeing a lot better games right now in our 9-man classes, where generally it'd be maybe see a 46-14 kind of game like that. And so, I mean, it's been really good, fun battles. Obviously Elk Point last night, just been fun watching that crew with some kids that kind of grew up a little bit, or not grew up, but watching them grow up and doing what they can do. And obviously probably talking to the wrong crowd right now when we're looking at Winter, but just knocking off the Warriors and just some good things coming from those teams.
You know, I tell you what, from Winter's standpoint, I was listening to their radio broadcast, and I've even seen some social media posts. Winter takes that, they've taken that loss in stride very well, and they understand greatness. They know greatness when they see it, and I think they saw a great effort from Elk Point Jefferson, and say the same thing for me personally, because I know people in that Wall program. We followed, and some of their wrestlers, we followed them as well. And how cool is it to have a West River and Winter and Gregory or West River, don't get me wrong, but Mountain Time Zone West River football dominance in this case.
Yeah, I mean, for I don't know how many years we go back.
It's
East River, and just the, you kind of give the Riggs Academy up in Sioux Falls and just that area of just how they've taken football players and I think coaches, in the same aspect, and just built some really good programs. So it's always good to see those West River teams getting a chance, at least one competing here and then winning a title as well.
So outstanding stuff there. Those are the championships that have happened. Of course, tonight is Sioux Falls, Jefferson, and Harrisburg. Jefferson, the top seed and the top-ranked team, 11-0. Harrisburg is 9-2. And obviously everybody realizes the greatness of Sioux Falls Jefferson that has been over the course of the season. Harrisburg's been playing better. I think their 2 losses were early. In fact, the first game of the year, they lost quite handily to Jefferson. But that's a team that has been here 3 or 4 years in a row, and they're going to know what it takes, what it may take to knock off number 1 tonight, too.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's what's exciting about the higher level. I got to be careful saying higher level, but just the higher, the classifications that you get into is that a lot of these guys have seen each other. And that's what's fun. You kind of look at the 9-man squad, and it's fun not seeing a team and develop a game plan and what's going to possibly work and what's not going to work. These next 2 games that we're going to be watching here, and today is going to be a little bit different scenario in that they've seen each other. There's enough film. I think enough people on the coaching staff to where they're going to really be able to dissect what it's going to take to win that game. And again, it's the whole shock and awe is gone. I keep bringing that up, but it's just it's game time for these kids, and it's just execute what they've been practicing the last week.
No secrets whatsoever. Certainly not when these 2 teams that we'll be seeing get together here this afternoon at the Dakota Dome. One more 3-minute break. It'll be time for the Keys to Success. We'll start with an extended conversation with head coach Steve Steele of the 5-time defending champion 11AA Pierre Governor's Keys to Success from Central Dakota Eye Care coming up in 3 minutes. This is the state 11AA championship on River 92.7, audio only, live streaming to drgnews.com.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Dakota Storm Roofing is a locally owned roofing company in Pierre, specializing in both residential and commercial roofing services. They can handle your asphalt shingle, metal roofing, and flat roof needs. New construction, plus all types of roof repairs. They can handle the finishing touches, adding fascia, soffit, and gutters too. No job is too big or too small. For a free estimate, call Dakota Storm Roofing at 280-9794. Go to dakotastормroofing.com or find them on Facebook or Instagram.
Push it, pull it, drag it, haul it, tow it. Just get it to Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre. Right now, your trade is worth at least $3,000 if it's got a VIN number. And on 4 wheels, we'll give you $3,000 for it when you trade in at Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre. Don't wait. This special won't last long. Get $3,000 when you trade at Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota, 518 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Call 605-224-7378 and visit CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Some restrictions apply. Limited 1 trade per deal. Minimum purchase $10,000. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's the old top Gator here with Gator's Pizza Pasta Subs in the Northridge Plaza. Ready for something new and out of the normal pizza world? Pop on out and try Gator's new Peachy Serrano Chicken Pizza, an aromatic bouquet of sweet peaches, an amazing flavorful spicy Serrano chili sauce, accompanied with our seasoned chicken, real mozzarella and cheddar cheese. The spice level is about an 8 out of 10 on this item. Gator's has dine-in, carry-out, or curbside pickup, or delivery through DoorDash. Gator's Pizza Pasta Subs in the Northridge Plaza.
This Governor Sports Moment is brought to you by the independent insurance team at Fisher Rounds & Associates in Pierre. Pierre Governor football was dominant from 2013 to 2021, winning 6 11AA state championships, including 5 in a row from 17 through 21. And in 2021, head coach Steve Steele's team rallied from 20 points down to beat T-Area in the title game 30-27 and became only the second program in the playoff era to win at least 5 titles in a row. Governor football, one of Pierre's finest. This Governor Sports Moment presented by Fisher Rounds & Associates in Pierre.
Wagner Auto Company, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer in Pierre, is your transportation headquarters in central South Dakota. With a great selection of new Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, and Jeep vehicles, and a large selection of quality pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. View their entire inventory at WagnerAuto.com. Experience the Wagner Auto difference for yourself by letting them help you with your next set of wheels. Wagner Auto Company in Pierre.
And then there was one, Keys to Success with the state championship game. We talked with Steve Steele, the Governor head coach, and on a season, I think, that had only one exception, or one expectation, we should say, and that was to be where we are here in the Dakota Dome, the state 11 AA championship. But this game against Yankton certainly was a good test for you as you come to this final game. That Yankton team came to play, and it's again. Things that we've talked about before, but I think you got the test that you wanted just here at the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be any easy games when you get into those playoff games, and especially here in the Dakota Dome. So we wanted to have that test. We were happy that we passed that test, and that we were able to persevere, and we were challenged and had to work through some of our own struggles and frustrations, but we were able to do that and move on.
You kind of think, or you kind of needed maybe some things to be challenged, be challenged in different ways, and Yankton gave you that with that fast-paced offense. But they played a little bit better through the pass, maybe the best passing offense you've seen all season, even though you may not see that against T area so much. But right now you're in a situation where what you'll expect with the opponent, even though it's good to have other be tested in other ways along the way.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that Yankton really tested us with is, again, that pace, but then also just unknowns. I mean, they came out in the old buck spread that we hadn't seen on film for 5 years. They were doing things that they hadn't shown on film this whole season. So when those moments happen, our guys and our coaches have to communicate really fast at a high level. And, ultimately we were able to do that enough to get it done. And, so we won't necessarily have, hopefully, that extreme today. But, if we can communicate and compete at that level that we did last week with unknowns, then we should be able to do it even better with knowns.
That's a good way to put it, the unknowns, because I think in T area and what they've been able to do is get plays made throughout the season, and including in the game that you had against them. But they've been able to make plays in ways that nobody else has really been able to do. And, I guess what are the ways that you can expect that to happen, and how, in what manner do you expect things to be crazy in this game?
Yeah, I think that, any of their running backs are good enough to take one all the way. They think that anything can break, but, obviously there's plays that they have that are set up to try and go for it. Just like with us, if we're throwing a deep ball, then we're looking for a big play, where they can do the same thing with their running game, and it's just they set it up just a little different to show you one thing, hopefully get a couple guys going the wrong direction, and then they come back and give it to Thompson going the other way, or the quarterback pulls it on the option, and away they go. So, we've got to be really focused on that regard and not allow them to have those bigger play opportunities when they want them.
Those big plays seem to be what happened again when they beat Aberdeen 44-7 last week. A one-play drive and maybe a two-play drive early on, but those are the things that you were able to manage. I don't think they had a real big long play when they were here about a month ago.
Yeah, no, I think we did a good job of not allowing the big play. The biggest thing today is going to be, can we string 3 wins in a row on defense? I think we did a really good job winning A down, and not letting anything go for like more than 10 or 15. The downside is if they get 8 and 7, then they'd also never come off the field. So, that's going to be our biggest thing, is can we stop them? Can we win 3 downs in a row? If we make them go 14 plays and we find 3 consecutive to win on, then there's a good chance we're off the field. So that's going to be the task defensively tonight.
Obviously, the biggest key is to try to have that 1 score or 2 score cushion, so that you can, if your offense happens to slip one time, then even though we talk about trusting the offense all season long, but that's where you feel a little more comfortable for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a bigger thing if we can get up. And especially that 2 to 3 touchdowns, kind of the breaking point, I think, for T. Where they're going to have to kind of change their game a little bit. Where if it's just going to be we're up a score even, up a score even, or they're up a score even, up a score even, that's going to play more into their hands, just because they're going to be able to be patient with the football. They're going to be content to eat the clock away and make it a shorter game, where, if we are able to get up a couple scores, then that kind of changes the game and forces the issue a little bit.
They're a run-heavy offense, but they did show the ability to throw the ball when they were in Pierre. A smaller quarterback, though, do you feel like you really don't expect them to pass unless he's out of the pocket?
Yeah, I think a lot of their game is rollout based. They kind of like to flood a side of the field, and they like to roll into that. They don't have a whole bunch of just straight drop backs. If you give them something easy, where they can run a hitch or a slant, they may take that with a straight drop back, but usually they're going to try and roll, to throw and to get numbers to throw. So it's just going to be one of those things where, when they get into those situations where, they like to throw or have to throw, we've got to be ready to take that side away.
And then obviously with their big playability, special teams becomes an issue, and you've done a pretty good job on that all season.
Yeah, I think we did really well in the playoffs, and I think the last game we didn't do overly well on special teams was against T. If you look at that game, the story of that game, they ended up with 3 extra possessions than we did due to special teams, So, that was a game where, they played perfect on special teams, and we made some mistakes, So that's going to be a huge story again today that, we've got to play perfect on special teams, and if we don't give them any extra possessions and we play this as an even possession game, we feel like our offense is better.
I feel like in that game there were a couple of fluky plays. The punt up the backside of a blocker who was just doing his job, and the onside kick that you don't expect. And take those away, and you're sitting just fine. But the problem is those things are always part of this game.
Yeah, and you can't take them away once they're there, they're there. So we've got to be ready for it, and I think we've got some good adjustments on that third side of the ball, the third aspect, special teams, to hopefully shore some of those up. But that's going to be our big thing is we can't make mistakes, and we've got to make sure we're playing an even possession game.
State championships are always bittersweet. It's such a great season, but and you hate to see it come to an end, but you want to finish it the way you've had your goal set all season long. But we talk about senior class all season long, and what a what a group of kids, huh?
Yeah, this is a special group of guys. They've just been awesome all the way through. And we kind of have those conversations where, as underclassmen, your job is to make sure that class in front of you or the 2 classes in front of you, whatever grades you are, goes out the way they want to get out, and you give everything for them so that, when it's your turn and you're the senior, you receive that. And, this is a group that did everything they could, the whole time they've been a varsity football player for us, and they definitely deserve to go out on top.
And the number of kids on this in this bunch that's capable or will or could end up playing at the next level is I just don't know if we've seen that before.
Yeah, there's a large contingent of guys that will definitely have the opportunity to go on and play if they want to. And I said it's been a lot of fun to track that, and just kind of see and to see them interact. Hey, where'd you go this weekend, or where'd I go this weekend, or who's talking to you? And just a lot of the guys that are going to have opportunities to go play football and continue their careers.
We love to talk about it, and maybe it's not the time or place, but I can't help but ask about all the records that have fallen to the passing records, the receiving records. What else are we missing that should be noted here?
Yeah, and it was kind of a neat deal. The one last week from Lincoln to Cade was the longest pass in Pierre history, so that was a neat deal because that's not. That is truly a one-play thing. It's not something that you build towards. It's you have to have the right situation, make a great play, and those 2 guys in the line gave them time to do it, and they did it. So that's a really neat thing. But, yeah, it's just been a really cool deal to see. And I really thought, I think I've said this before, but it'd be really cool to see, like the Peyton Manning chart or the Tom Brady chart where they say, here's all the people that caught a pass from Lincoln Kienholz, or, here's all the people who blocked for him, and it'd just be really cool to kind of see all the different people that were truly involved in one aspect or another to obviously help break all these things and set these crazy numbers.
Hey, Coulter Babcock caught a pass from him at Douglas, right?
He did.
So, all right, time to wrap it up. Time to get you going here. But keys to success against the Titans in winning another championship.
I think the turnover battle is going to be huge. If we can win the turnover battle and end up with equal or more possessions than they do, I think our offense will score more points. We've got to make sure that we don't allow for any of those mental lapses, and we can't have wasted drives.
There you go. Mental is a big part of this game. I feel like, I was chatting the other day with a couple of mothers on this team, and they're all nervous, but they say the boys are pretty calm, cool, and collected. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, this group's guys is they're an easygoing group of guys. They like to have a lot of fun with what they do, and they all know what's in front of us. If we go out and play the game we're capable of, we fully believe we're going to get it.
It's nothing that hasn't been experienced before, and everybody's looking for a way to top last year's, and I say just give us a good 2-3 score comfortable margin, and I'm cool with that.
Yeah, any way that ends up with us getting more than them sounds good.
Coach, can't wait. Good luck tonight, all right?
Thank you.
Steve Steele, the governor, head coach. Coach's comments and keys to success for the state championship are brought to you by Central Dakota Eye Care. in Pierre. And before we hear from them, we remind you that our broadcast of this playoff championship game being authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the South Dakota High School Activities Association. And we wish safe travels to everybody in this first weekend of winter weather. The South Dakota Office of Highway Safety reminding us all as they celebrate being a part of a team to buckle up every trip, every time from the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety. We hear from CDE, and we're back with head coach Scott Fry of the T-Area Titans as keys to success continue next. This is our Governor Championship pregame.
Central Dakota Eye Care continues to grow. Hi, this is Dr. Matthew Blazek. I've recently joined the practice at Central Dakota Eye Care. I'm excited to move back to Pierre, and I'm accepting new patients of all ages. We offer state-of-the-art equipment, trained staff, and the best selection of eyewear and contact lenses. Regular, yearly, comprehensive eye exams are key to finding eye problems before symptoms appear. Call us today at 224-6128 for an appointment. Central Dakota Eye Care, 640 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Better vision for a great life.
All right, our keys to success continue for 11AA championship game. We're talking with Scott Fry, the head coach of the T-Area Titans, and obviously a fine season, coach. You had the one game, the one loss, and a great ball game at Pierre. Bounced back though, and a semifinal win over Aberdeen Central, 44-7. It looks, judging by that score, that and I saw you were up 32-7 at halftime. That probably all systems are go as you head to this championship game now.
Yep, we're feeling like we're on the right track. Yeah, I mean, we lost to a very good Pierre team. I mean, there's no doubt about that, and it's two closely matched teams, and the game could have gone the different way, but it didn't. The last couple times we played them, they seemed to come out on top, but overall, we kind of like where our program and the team is going.
Impressive. I think Aberdeen in particular, a team that I thought was really playing well down the stretch. I'm assuming they had their running game going. They've been playing a lot better on defense. What were you able to do that kind of took them out of what they wanted to do in that game?
Well, I think everybody knows now our first goal on defense is to stop the opponent's run, and we kind of shut down their running game. And then they were kind of forced to do some other things that they're not quite as good at, and we kind of took advantage of that. And offensively, first quarter, our first play from scrimmage, we scored on. And then the next possession we had, I think it was the second play of the possession we scored on. So we kind of got up on them early, and we kind of dictate how things went from there.
Got some quick strike ability, as we've become well aware of. So we talk about the game you had at Pierre, 35-30, and as you mentioned, I mean, one play that game came down to, and nothing new. I think it's quite a rivalry that Pierre and T-Area building up here
in a relatively short time.
Yes. Very much so. And, and as you go toward the Dome, I mean, everybody knows about the track record, at least following 11AA that Pierre has had the last 5 years. But you guys have been there going back to your 11A days now 5 times in 7 years. It's quite a run that you're on as well.
Yeah. Our kids are the players are starting to believe in what we're doing, and if it happens year after year now, and they know the expectations of not only just us and themselves, but kind of the community and everybody involved in the program has. So they stepped up that, and they've accepted that challenge every year, so that's kind of nice to see.
We talk about teams that play each other twice in 1 year, and very rarely does, do things go, or are they expected to go the same the second time around? Although it wasn't that long ago that you played Pierre. What'll be similar, do you expect? What's going to be different this time around?
Well, I think it's, we're both going to do what we do. I mean, at this time of the year, you're not going to change and alter what you do. We're both, I think, probably two evenly matched teams that, the last couple of games, Pierre's had a couple athletes that made plays that we didn't make, and that's been the difference of the games, regardless of when and where it was.
And it's still all about the styles too. Their run against or your run against their pass. Huh?
Well, but Keno's is a pretty good runner too. So he's run for a lot of yards the last couple of games against us, and that happens. He's a great athlete. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. We just try to limit him. You're not going to stop him. So, but we're too evenly matched. Where they're strong in the specialty kids and their throwing game, we're strong in the running game. You know, both defenses are aggressive. They fly around. They're hard nosed, physical. So that's kind of nice having two evenly matched teams and maybe a little bit of conflicting offensive styles to see what's going to happen.
Definitely the two best teams in the state. I think there's no doubt about it. You know, and sometimes we talk about offense and defense. Don't forget about that third phase of the game, the special teams. That became kind of a big deal the last time we saw each other.
Yeah. I mean, Chase Gentall's been a pretty consistent, pretty good kicker for us. I mean, he hit one from 53 in practice last week, so that's kind of impressive to see that from a high school kid. But
yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. I mean it's special teams. We practice it every day, so it's an important part of the game, no doubt.
All right, it all comes down to execution. I'm pretty sure of that. Your keys to success in the championship game.
Well, we need to control the ball, control the time of possession, and limit the big plays they do. And then hopefully we have more points on our side than their side at the end of the game. That's kind of where we're at.
All right. Coach, appreciate your time again here this season, and we wish you the best of luck and to the rest of the school year, too, all right?
All right, thanks. See you Saturday.
You bet. And that's Scott Fry, the head coach of the T-Area Titans. We appreciate his time and talking to us the other day as the Pierre Governors and the T-Area Titans get going. Keys to Success are brought to you by Central Dakota Eye Care in Pierre. It is time for the starting lineups as we got about a 30-second countdown before the end of the pregame here into the Dakota Dome. We're glad to have you aboard. Brian Oakland joining with John Wayne Calda and also David Burrell on the field. But the starting lineups up next brought to you by Envirotech in Pierre. And we'll start with the Governors as Lincoln Caneholes will play his final game along with all of the rest of the seniors. But what a career it has been for the old number 3, the 195-pound senior in the Washington commit, who is now the all-time South Dakota all-class passing leader in terms of yardage and, might be the best ever. That's going to be debatable for a lot of people, but not for the guys in the broadcast booth, I'll tell you that. Tailback is Brock Mosier, the junior, at 165. The receivers, and everyone a good one. Cade Kaiser, he of the 97-yard receiving touchdown a week ago, as he is a junior at 185. Jack Merkwon, the senior, 185. Brecken Kruger, the senior, at 165 pounds. Jet Zabel, the junior, at 215, with Matthew Brewer on the line at the tackle spot, 205, and a junior. Josh Switzer, the senior, at 215, with Gavin Stotts. He'll start at a right guard. Stotts, yes, he is wearing a lineman number today, number 50. He's a senior at 210. Christian Bush, the center, 260, and a senior. And then up guard is Jason Maciejczak, the 320-pound senior, the Douglas transfer to the Governors, who finds himself in a long-awaited state championship game. Maciejczak is the nose tackle on defense, with Josh Rydberg, the senior, at 230 at one tackle. Emmett Anderson is the junior, 225, the other tackle. The linebackers, every one a good one, is Chase Sarda, the senior, at 160. Trey Lewis, the 180-pound junior. Deegan Huska, senior, at 175. Chance Sarda, junior, at 205, with Gavin Stotts in the middle as well. And the defensive backfield featuring cornerbacks Jaden Weeby, who I expect to have a huge game today, a senior at 180 pounds. Spencer Eastland, the junior, at 175. And Jacob Mayer, who made a huge play on this field a season ago in the championship game, the free safety at 175. I imagine, Coach John Calder, we'll see a lot of Lincoln Caneholes on defense here today, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a time of the year now where you're not basically saving anybody. You got to put your best guys out on the field at any point in time, and obviously he's the guy you want out there.
Starting lineups from Envirotech for the visiting team on the scoreboard, the T-Area Titans. They begin with quarterback Maddox Slykehouse, a senior at 145 pounds. Smaller quarterback. If he's going to throw, probably has to get out of the pocket in most cases. Fullback is Keegan DeYoung, who had a great ball game in Pierre a month ago. A junior at 190 pounds. With the guy to watch is Chase Van Tol, the senior at 180, along with speedster Blake Thompson, a 155-pound senior out of the backfield. Receivers are Parker Mulder, a 135-pound senior, and Ethan McNelly at 165, also a senior. On the line starts with Connor McKinney in the middle, the center at 230 and a senior. Griffin Schneider is a 245-pound senior at a left guard spot. The right guard is Carter Turek, a junior at 210. The tackles on the left side, Jacob Youngye is a junior at 210, and a sophomore rather, Youngye, and Garrett Weavinga is a junior at 180 pounds. That's the offense for the T-Area Titans. On defense, Reese Kirschenman will play at a defensive tackle in the interior, senior at 240. Nike Rosas is a 230-pound senior, the other defensive tackle. The defensive ends will be Peyton Thompson, a 165-pound senior, and also Matt Halber, who played great at Pierre a month ago, a 195-pound senior. Linebackers include Jessen Weavinga, junior at 205. Jackson Smythe, senior at 200 pounds. Sam Wardell, a sophomore at 170 pounds. If you can hear the crowd, the Governors just got announced, and their starting lineups are coming up on the field. Parker Mulder will be one cornerback, with Ethan Viss at a junior at 160. Blake Thompson, the strong safety, in the defensive backfield, and Nathan Babb, a senior at 170 pounds for the T-Area Titans. Their head coach by Scott Fry. Of course, the Governors coached by Steve Steele, assisted by Matt Thorson, Nathan Nas, Scott Nye, Adam Spohr, Dan Machachok, Sean Lewis, Jeff Schleckaway, Brevin Kaiser, and Duncan Trowell. We thank them for doing everything they have done for our kids here this season. Those are the starting lineups brought to you by Envirotech in Pierre. Let's hear from them, and we'll hear from the South Dakota Attorney General's office. We've got our game officials coming up next, the law on the court as well. This is the 11 AA Championship on River 92.7.
Envirotech makes life a little bit simpler. No matter what the circumstances, no matter what is handed to you, Envirotech has you covered. One call is all it takes to have easy setup, easy pickup, and easy payment. Call Envirotech at 605-224-4804 or use their website to pay your bill online at envirotechwaste.com. Use their mobile app, Waste Connect. Check their website or receive a robocall for collection schedule because of weather or holidays. Envirotech has you covered.
Attorney General Mark Vargo here, reminding you what your rights are when somebody knocks on your door to sell you something. Whether it's at your home or at your business, they are required to give you a 3-day right to cancel or give you a 100% money-back guarantee. With fall and winter fast approaching, our door-to-door salespeople are making a last-ditch effort to make their sales. If you've encountered this type of sale and have questions or concerns, please reach out to my Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Driven by the Office of Highway Safety. Driven by the Office of Highway Safety. River 92.7, KGFX-FM, Pierre. Be safe. Drive smart.
Comtech has your technology solutions. Check out their showroom located right off the truck route on Irwin Street. Come in and see what you've been missing. A large selection of TVs, sound systems, and smart speakers, PCs, desktops, and tablets, home and business security and telecommunication systems. Comtech is your all-in-one solution for any technology needs. Wishing all athletes the best of luck in today's competition. Comtech. Come see what you've been missing.
Back in the Dakota Dome, our opening kickoff will be brought to you by Comtech. That's still about 5 minutes away, but our game officials here, as we'll mention them, the law on the field, as they're licensed and assigned by the South Dakota High School Activities Association to officiate this high school football championship game. From Brookings, the referee is Joe Fredrickson. The umpire is Todd Foster, and the linesman is Mike Lockrum. The line judge from Esteline is James Benning. The back judge from Clear Lake, Travis Van Hofwagen, and the alternate will be Scott Hookey of Millbank. Joe Fredrickson, Todd Foster, Mike Lockrum, James Benning, Travis Van Hofwagen, and Scott Hookey. We thank them for doing what they do and what is oftentimes a thankless job in officiating high school sports. Replay officials are Jerry Beers of Brookings and Aaron Entringer of Coleman. The starting lineups for our law on the field from the South Dakota Attorney General's office and their Division of Consumer Protection. We pause for 3 minutes. We're getting closer to kickoff the state 11AA championship here in T area. Take 2 coming up on River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
People helping people.
Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
At the YMCA, finding your why starts with making an impact together. It's diversity and unity, a space for all where you are seen and supported. For some, their why is a summer full of fun, memories and moments, connections near and far. Why is the before-work hustle, an after-school home, a welcoming place to call your own. Our reason why is united, undivided. Together we make a difference. It's kinship, friendship, and everyone belongs. We're here to help you find your why at the Owyhee Family YMCA in Pierre, where we are for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility.
Smart grocery shopping takes a little bit of TLC. Lynn's Dakota Mart in Pierre is thrifty, local, and convenient. Lynn's Dakota Mart prides itself on their fresh produce, high-quality meats, and bakery goods. Grab some Caribou coffee while you shop, too. Lynn's Dakota Mart features a nice selection of beer, wines, and liquor. Stop at Dakota Mart Gas and save up to 20 cents per gallon every day. Take care of your prescription needs at Lynn's Dakota Mart Good Neighbor Pharmacy. Thrifty, local, convenient. Lynn's Dakota Mart in Pierre, your hometown neighborhood market.
Health, happiness, and home. Hi, this is Tara Sunshine of Kathy Sunshine Properties. Purchasing or selling a home can be the largest investment you make. I invite you to choose our team to help you with the process. For over 48 years, our office has been successfully serving the buyers and sellers of the Pierre-Fort Pierre area with our professional service. It is our goal to provide you with superior service. Contact me, Tara Sunshine, at Kathy Sunshine Properties, 605-224-5588.
May Adam Law Firm of Pierre offers superior legal representation. Clients can be assured their legal matter will be handled with expertise and the utmost professionalism. May Adam Law Firm's skilled South Dakota lawyers can take care of your family law, estate planning, real estate law, or personal injury. May Adam Law Firm is able to help you plan and prepare to make matters easy now and into the future, too. Call 224-8803. May Adam Law Firm of Pierre, since 1881.
Comtech has your technology solutions. Check out their showroom located right off the truck route on Irwin Street. Come in and see what you've been missing. A large selection of TVs, sound systems, and smart speakers, PCs, desktops, and tablets, home and business security and telecommunication systems. Comtech is your all-in-one solution for any technology needs. Wishing all athletes the best of luck in today's competition. Comtech. Come see what you've been missing.
Our national anthem complete. The colors have been retired on the field, and now the enactment of the coin toss will be coming up. The state 11AA championship. The first championships in the Dakota Dome in high school football came all the way back in 1981. The Governors appeared in the Dakota Dome for the first time in 1988, lost to Sioux Falls O'Gorman on that particular night. And now some of the guys on that team have kids that are playing on this team. We're looking forward to things coming full circle here. 6 straight, Coach John Calda. I mean, what can you say about T area is great, 5 out of 7, but 6 straight, and now 7 out of 10 years. I think the Governors, 8 out of 10 years, the Governors have been in this state championship game. It's a pretty good program.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to really say about the tradition that they've built. And I mean, you go back again, go back to '88. I mean, all the teams that have played up to this point in time, they're all part of this tradition right now that Steve Steele has obviously put together. It's just been a fun team to watch. Specifically this year, just the kids that just do things right, and they're just good kids, all around kids in the classroom, and you just always wish the best for them.
And I know how you've coached some of these kids at the middle school level, and for people like me who literally, we watch these kids grow up right before our eyes, and this group is very special. It's going to be hard not to do this game without getting a little bit choked up from time to time, at least for me. I don't know how everybody else is going to go about this.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to, I mean, these guys have been a part of it for since they have been in 7th and 8th grade, and to see the number of kids in this, specifically the senior class, that has, put in the effort and stuck with the program this long. That's what builds a good program. That's what builds a tradition.
Let's tune in on the coin toss here as T area wins and defers. Governors will receive the opening kick. And as far as that goes, I think the Governors are just fine with that all season long. Pierre has wanted that opening kick. They have wanted to hopefully score first and stay on top all game long. We'll see if that comes to fruition here. David Burrell is on the sideline. Going to cut to him just to see if he's got anything to talk about. David, you're right there on that Governor's sideline across the way. What's the mindset? What is the focus? And what do you think about the Governors today?
Well, Brian, it's interesting how they reacted. Yeah, as Steve Steele has said a lot, they like to be loose. They show that they're loose quite a bit. But there was a lot more business-like approach in the warm-up, when the lineups were introduced. Yeah, they still did a couple of their poses and things, but maybe not many as you normally see. I don't think they're nervous. I think they're just very...
Thanks very much. Focus going to be what it's all about as far as the Governors are concerned. They will take the opening kick. Chase Van Tol, a great kicker. You heard Scott Fry talk about him kicking 50-plus yards in practice the other day, which is ironic because I kind of was thinking he might kick a 51-yarder when these two teams met earlier this season. He did connect from 44 yards. Problem was, when I was thinking of 51 yards, it was a 5-point game, not a 3-point game at the end of it. That was then. This is now. Here we go, the opening kickoff, sponsored by Comtech, your communication and electronic services partner in Pierre. Right to left, Bentol, boom. Low line drive kicking on a hop over the top of Jaden Weeby in the middle and into the end zone. And the Governors will start at their own 20-yard line as the championship game is officially underway. David Burrell, field side. John Calda, at side. I'm Brian Oakland. Glad to have you aboard here on the official voice of the Governors, River 92.7. It's a good weekend to be a Governor so far. Yesterday, the Pierre Governor volleyball squad qualified for their second straight state championship with a straight set victory at Riggs High Gym over the Brandon Valley Lynx. We'll see what the Governors do. Jaden Weeby is out on offense, if I saw correctly. 3 receivers left, 1 receiver to the right. Here goes Lincoln Canos. They want to go over the top right away, looking for Kaiser. It's actually Jaden Weeby over the middle, and it's through his hands. Weeby in the near slot to the left of the offensive line. Just couldn't haul it in at the 50-yard line.
Got to love that play call early on. I kind of expect them to come out, maybe try to sustain so much of a drive and just trying to keep them off guard there. Had great opportunity right there.
Weeby, who is a defensive specialist, that defensive backfield caught a touchdown pass to help clinch the victory against T area on October 14th back on the home field. Now Lincoln Kano is going to run for the first time here. He'll come around right side. He's across the 20, dropped at the 23, just a gain of 3. And it'll be 3rd down and 7. And I think that first play, once again, it's basically a case of the Governor coaching staff knowing that T area will key on the other receivers, maybe not so much on Jaden Weeby. It was a great idea. Ball was placed perfectly. It just wasn't executed. And sometimes, even though you're looking focused, you will be jittery in a game like this. Canos will take the snap, 3rd and 7. Stop and go, and a curl route. There it is, Jack Merkwan out on the sideline, near side. Up across the 30 to the 33, 1st down Governors, and riding him out of bounds there was Nathan Babb.
And you come back to the wide receivers. I mean, when you're throwing 5 wide anyway, it's, who do you key on? You've got not just one good receiver, not just 2, but you've got 3 or 4 or 5 good receivers out there right now. Somebody's going to be open eventually, and just let Lincoln do what he needs to do.
So Merkwan with the first grab for a Governor receiver here this afternoon. Empty backfield, Keenholz. He'll stay in the pocket, deliver to Merkwan again. Looking to spin, but he will not get away from that second line of defense. Jessen Wiebinga from the linebacking core comes across. Pass is caught for about an 8-yard gain across the 40-yard line to the 42. That play originated from the 34.
And believe it or not, that first pass actually comes back to help you out a little bit. I think now you're seeing the corner softening up a little bit, not trying to give up that big play. And now those little 5 and outs and 7, hooks and curls are there.
Brock Mosier with Keenholz in the backfield. I personally expect a big game from Jack Merkwan here in his final game as well. Mosier with a good head of steam up the gut on the near hash mark, moving from left to right across the 45 to the 46, a gain of 4, and that'll move the chains for a second time. Brock Mosier could end up being a bit of an unsung hero, perhaps, in this game if things go well. Right on the South Dakota logo from left to right. The Governors are in their green jerseys, but they've chosen the white pants. I was hoping they'd go with the blacks here today, but green on whites. And here goes Keenholz on a first down run, trying to follow blockers, but he will be stuffed. Might get a yard to the 47-yard line. Good surge here. There's Wiebinga for the Titans. 51, Reese Kirschenman, one of the interior linemen, and also Nike Rosas plugging the gap, just a gain of 1 for Lincoln Keenholz, who ran for 190 yards against this Titan squad in the title match a year ago, in addition to throwing for 347.
And these first 2 runs have been pretty much right up the gut, as we've seen, but I think most of his yards have come from something he's been able to bounce outside and shoot his wheels.
When he gets out of the pocket. Now he steps up in the pocket. He's got a tuck and run, cuts back at the 50, and he's taken down but fumbling the football. And just on the near sideline, in fair play, the Titans will recover. Matt Halber makes the initial hit. Keenholz was just tucking it, ready to go down at the 50-yard line. But something we haven't seen all season long.
And Halbert did a really good job there. He actually was outfield probably about 6 or 7 yards further than what he needed to be, and come back and stuck with the play and was able to obviously force a fumble there.
So the first big play of the game with 9:24 to go, taken by the T-Area Titans, as the Governors will lose it on a fumble. They'll go to the ground, and their stud running back, senior Chase Van Tol, chased to the outside, and Deegan Huska will make a great open field tackle. Van Tol goes a long way for a 1-yard gain from the 48 to the Pierre 47. Van Tol, one of the representatives of the team that was here from a year ago. They made a lot of big plays against the Governors. Jason Michachok hustling off the field here. T quickly out of the huddle. Plenty of time on the play clock. Maddox Slykehouse is the quarterback. He's in the shotgun with Van Tol with him in the backfield. Actually, Keegan DeYoung, who will lead the way as a fullback for Slykehouse. And Slykehouse will go inside the 45 to the 44-yard line. That's a pickup of 3, but it'll be 3rd down and 6. And that was actually Blake Thompson who took the direct snap. Number 5, not Maddox Slykehouse. Number 1, the quarterback.
We've got to love what the Green D's doing right now. I love how they're putting a lot of their focus on that run right now. Got our corners pressing up pretty tight on him, forcing them to, if they got to make a pass, he's going to have to make a really good pass. But again, just sustaining that run there.
Can't stress enough the importance of this play for the Governor defense. Option left. Slykehouse hit by Gavin Stotts. He chose to keep it himself. He had Keegan DeYoung out on the left side, might have had a little more running room, but Gavin Stotts, who's been doing it all season long, makes a huge stick for the Governors, and the Titans will have to punt on 4th and 7, a loss of 1.
I don't know if that was Bucci out there or not, but give credit to him because he didn't go in on that quarterback right away either and just stayed with the running back.
Riley Savanda is the punter. He'll put one up in the air. Jaden Weeby going to let it fall on a hop, and T-Area going to get a generous bounce and roll inside the 10-yard line all the way down to the 8. So a 37-yard punt for the Titans, and the Governors will start deep in their own red zone from the 8-yard line. 7:26 to play, first quarter, no score. The Governor fumble. Turns out to be okay. They get the 3 and out and the stop of the Titan offense on their first crack at it.
Come back to that special teams a little bit more, and we've kind of been, I think, okay with catching the ball quite a bit early. Now we're kind of letting some of those balls drop. And this turf, what kind of impact is that going to have on where that ball is going to go after that punt's been landed?
Keenholz on first down from the 8, wants to throw. He's looking long for Jack Merkwan. Merkwan has it at the 40-yard line. Slips through a tackle. There he goes. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Governors. Jack Merkwan. Did I say he was going to have a big game? 3 catches already. This one for 92 yards. We didn't even have a chance to say 2 90-yard-plus touchdowns a week ago for the Governors. This time, 92 yards, and the Governors strike first, 6-0.
Man, what a catch. I mean, the ball was probably underthrown a little bit more than what Lincoln wanted it to be there, but Jack coming back and fighting for that ball and shedding off that tackle.
Ryland Derry in for the PAT. 7:13 to play here, just getting started. That was a third possession combined as Derry, the left footer, will put one through, and the Governors on the board first at 7-0. Let's pause for 30 seconds, and we'll be back. You're listening to Pierre Governor Championship Football.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck, yes. That'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in South Dakota, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
One play and a 13-second scoring drive for the Governors. Keenholz to Merkwan for 92 yards. Ryland Derry's PAT makes it 7-0, 7:13 to play. David Burrell, how did that look on field for this one?
These 90-yard plays are as the yard Keenholz this week. It's believed long pass history. Cake. This
yeah, it sounds David Burrell with an on-field mic, a wireless, but I think a little interference there, a little clicky. We understand. We'll try to get that corrected here, but the Governors lead 7-0. Ryland Derry will go with the short pooch, taken at the 23-yard line by one of the up men. The idea here being don't let Blake Thompson get out in the open because he is a speed burner. And the Governors on special teams will cover up Nathan Babb. And the Titans will start 1st and 10 at about their own 36-yard line. So how does T area respond after the Governors go over the top? Back on that touchdown catch, John called the Jack Merkwan, sure-handed, and he's been a little iffy as far as health goes over the last month, but certainly looks like he's ready to go here today. We'll look for more big things when the Governors are back on offense from the senior standout record-setting receiver. Keegan DeYoung will take the first down handoff here, straight up the middle for the Titans, and a decent gain of about 4 from the 36 up to the 40-yard line. 4 rushing attempts for T area, 4 different ball carriers so far, every one of them capable of making a big play, but Van Tol, Thompson, Slykehouse, DeYoung so far being held to just 7 yards on 4 touches. 6:35 to go, quarter number 1. Governors leading 7-0. DeYoung will shift out to the slot on the left. Slykehouse will hand off to the first man through, Van Tol, and the Governors will stand him up. Josh Rydberg is there. Deegan Huska, Emmett Anderson, all there. Maybe a fourth, and Jason Machachok, who probably leading the way as well. And a 1-yard pickup to the 41. It'll be 3rd down and 5.
Got to be a little bit surprised on what T's running right now. Obviously, I think first series you come out and try to establish, what you've done all year. But I think what really worked well for them against us, in the first game was just rolling him out and find some open receivers. And they're just kind of just considering, they're just trying to get that ball right up the gut right now, maybe opening something up here for 2nd and 3rd down.
3rd and 5, right to left for the T area Titans in Road White. Oh, their receiver gets an early start here on the left side. One of the interior linemen for the Governors flinched, but I don't think that he broke the neutral zone. However, Parker Mulder on the near side got an early start. And the first penalty of the game goes against the Titans. That'll mark them back 5, and 3rd and 5 will become 3rd and 10.
You could probably blame that a little bit on the excitement. As we talked earlier, I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but right now this game feels like it's a 7:30 game just with how this crowd is acting. I mean, it's just full on both sides.
3rd and 10 here for the Titans. 2 receivers left to the near side, 1 far side right. Slykouse in the pistol will take the handoff. He'll roll to his left. Mulder on an up and out. Slykouse throws against the grain, and he's got his man. It's Keegan DeYoung into Pierre territory. Check it, Blake Thompson, number 5. Nice grab, really nice throw from Maddox Slykouse. He was rolling left, threw back to the right, which is usually not recommended, but they've got it all the way to the Governor, 41, and a gain of 23 yards.
Not an easy pass there. Good athleticism by him.
We've seen some of that in watching some of these other games. I saw Jack Henry from Del Rapids making throws like that. In fact, West Central's Justin Zerpel also made a touchdown throw last night. Slykouse keeps it on the option out on the left side, but tried to cut, and his feet go out from underneath him. Trey Lewis giving chase right there to make sure he goes nowhere. That's a loss of 1 for Slykouse, who has lost a yard on both of his rushing attempts.
I like our sustain on that, or containment on that option right now. You know, they kind of made that work a little bit in that first game for us, and we've got definitely got that nailed down.
You know, I think the biggest key defensively for the Governors has to be the elimination or the prevention of big plays of this very fast T-area offense. That went pretty well first time around. Here comes Van Tol. From left to right, he comes around. He'll run into Joshua Rydberg. Decent gain, but inside the 40 to the 38, still going to be just a 4-yard pickup, and it'll be 3rd down and 7 from there.
Yeah, it's that bend don't break mentality. I mean, we're willing to give up a couple plays if they're 10, 15 yards, but you know, as they start creeping down, we tighten things up and just make sure they don't get any points on the board.
First meeting between these two teams, I don't believe any single play went for longer than 25, maybe 26 yards. Titans got a 23-yarder here, but that's not 60 and 70 and 80 yards like they're used to doing. They had a 1-play drive to start the game against Aberdeen a week ago, 2-play drive on their second possession. Now 3rd and 7. Slykouse wants to go. He's got Thompson with a step, and Thompson makes a great adjustment, spins to the outside, and the far side official is saying incomplete pass. I really thought that'd be a great catch. He was looking over his left shoulder to the inside of the field. He had to spin around as Slykouse's throw took him further to the Governor's sideline, but he was not able to haul it in. Incomplete pass. The Governors dodge a bullet because the receiver had gotten behind Jacob Mayer for a couple of steps, but the Governors will force the Titans into their second punt. Here stands to have poor field position. Here's Jaden Weeby. He'll back away from this one as he had a man breathing down his neck. Ethan Viss right there. He'll follow the football to the bounce all the way to the 6-yard line. And the Governors, who had a 92-yard touchdown pass from Keenholz to Merkwon on their previous possession, will have a 94-yard field with which to work here. We've got a media timeout on the field. Timeouts in our broadcast are sponsored by Coca-Cola Bottling Pier. We'll pause for 60 seconds. 3:29 to go. Quarter number 1, the Governors leading 7-0. They'll look for more when we return. You're listening to the 11AA Championship and your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
The 10th anniversary of the Great Futures Mega Raffle is here. Let's celebrate and help the Boys and Girls Club of the capital area by purchasing your Mega Raffle ticket with 16 chances to win big. Mega Raffle prizes include ski passes, airline tickets, dining certificates, wellness packages, weekend in the hills, helicopter rides, hunting, and more. Purchase your ticket today at Beck Motors, Lynn's Dakota Mart, Lee Real Estate, Boys and Girls Club, and any board members. All proceeds benefit the Boys and Girls Club of the capital area.
This fall, take some time to think about your future while the leaves make their way down to earth and the last sunset of summer leaves us with an autumn chill. It's time to grab the nearest foam finger and break out the face paint. Rush the stands with First Dakota National Bank and forget how to blink. Fall sports are back with jaw-dropping plays, an electric atmosphere, and epic scores. Make some noise with First Dakota National Bank. Open a new account online today at firstdakotanationalbank.com. Member FDIC.
Back at the Dakota Dome as the Pierre Governors come out for their third offensive possession. Lost fumble on possession number one, a 92-yard one-play scoring drive, and a long touchdown pass on possession number two. Here we go. From the 6-yard line, and Merkwan's getting his shirt dragged. That'll be pass interference, as Parker Mulder had to do everything he could to prevent a 96-yard or a 94-yard touchdown pass. In this case, it's Keenholz and Merkwan. That's clicking so far.
Yeah, he had no option as a defender there. I mean, that's exactly what he needed to do. I mean, on their side of the ball there, they're going to take that penalty, just make sure that they didn't scamper down the field again there.
And T-area fans are booing, but that's as easy of a pass interference call as you'll ever see. Move it up 15 yards out to the 21-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, if that defender's a little bit closer to him and, and kind of disrupt him a little bit, it's maybe a different story. But on that case, I mean, there was about a 2-yard separation there that he was having to make up.
And if you're beat, you're beat. That's pretty good. You got to give credit, I think, to Mulder. If that's the decision he had to make, well, it certainly saves a catastrophe here for the Titans. Near hash mark, left to right. Keenholz on first down. Has to get out of the pocket here. He'll come near side. 20 to the 25 and the 30. 40. Leaps over a man, but out of bounds at the 45-yard line.
Going to be flagged.
And there is a flag out here at the 44. What'd you see? A blocker in the back?
He can't hurdle. He made a good run there just right at the end. He hurdled that defender, and that's just, I mean, it's one of the rules that they come up with here last couple of years. I think it's more about the safety of the runner just hurdling and what can possibly happen after that.
Well, I'm sure that's why they put a rule in like that. But,
absolutely.
Why penalize great athleticism?
That's what I liked. I mean, I'm the same thing. He can make that play. Let him make it.
Guess I'm not familiar with that rule so much. What's the damage then? Out at the 44-yard line. Great job by Keenholz, by the way. Once again, using his legs to make a big play.
Personal foul. Offense. Number 3. Hurdling. 15 yards from the
well, yeah, that's damage. 15 yards. They call that a personal foul.
No idea that was a personal foul.
Well, if you're talking about player safety, it makes sense. I mean, spearing is a player safety personal foul, for example. That would be a 15-yard penalty. And in this case, Keenholz, after the end of the run, will be marked back 15 yards himself. So we'll give him 23 yards on the run out to the 44, but then a 15-yard penalty marks the Governors back to the 29. It'll be first down. Nope, first down still. They'll replay the down, but they'll give him 8 yards. Actually, it's an 8-yard advance on first down, so now first down and 2. 3:15 to play, 7-0 Governors were in the first. Pierre looking to add, empty backfield. First and 2, Keenholz floats one out far side, and this will be undercut. Pass underthrown a little bit, and it's intercepted by Blake Thompson. Looking for Brecken Kruger. And it'll be the second turnover by the Governors.
Yeah, I think just needed to throw that ball just a little bit earlier than what he did. He had him wide open, or not wide open, but he had a couple sets on him early and just kind of sat back and released that ball a little bit too late.
So the Titans will take over. David Burrow, I know we got it a little clicky here, but what did you see down there?
Brecken Kruger just didn't get turned around in time. The ball was where it needed to throw.
So the Titans on first down, and David Burrow telling us that Brecken Kruger just wasn't able to react to that football. Tried to get a stop, but he had to come back for it. Blake Thompson stuffed by the Governors for no gain at the 47-yard line. So Lincoln Keenholz 3 for 5, but uncharacteristically 2 turnovers by the the all-time greats, or one of the all-time greats here for the Governors in all of South Dakota as well. 2nd and 10 for the Titans. Thompson will shift right to left in motion, and here comes Van Tol, or rather DeYoung. He'll go nowhere. A tackle for a loss as Trey Lewis gets into the backfield. Hit him up high, rode him all the way down to the ankles, and it's a loss of 6 back to the 41-yard line.
You know, obviously, you go back to our offensive series there. Obviously, you don't want to throw an interception, but you look at field, or possession, and they've been basically on our side of the field almost the whole game here thus far. And so our defense is playing, pretty spectacular. And so, is it a loss? Yeah, maybe. But again, just the way our defense is playing, I'm expecting us to get the ball back here pretty quickly.
3rd and long, we'll call it 16. From the T area, 41-yard line. Slykaus in the pocket, throws over the middle, has a man at the 50, and it's a foot race to the end zone. Gets another block. 20, 10, 5. Trey Lewis with a push, but it's into the end zone for a touchdown for the T area Titans. Wyatt Stuntback. 130, 40-pound wide receiver over the middle. Seldom used, but a great route run by Stuntback as he goes 59 yards for the score. And the Titans take the interception and turn it into 6 and maybe 7.
Good play call by T there. Just basically that trips on that one side, just washed everybody basically out over top the field and just left it wide open for him. So, good call play on their side.
Stuntback, who did not play in the game in Pierre, or at least didn't have a target in the receiving game. Here's Chase Van Tol lining up for the PAT from right to left, and this play didn't happen. We've got a flag that'll be thrown, and the Titans may have flinched on that far side of the offensive line. It won't matter to Van Tol. He'll back up 5 yards. He kicked one that would have been good from a long way. 3rd penalty against the Titans here, but now the Governors, they're going to have to realize here they've been turned over twice, and now they've given up a long pass play. Just as you said, a great route, showing the speed. Wyatt Stuntback just kind of went through all the traffic, found his way to the end zone. Van Tol with a 25-yard PAT is good, and we're tied with 1:34 to go. Quarter number 1. We'll pause for 30 seconds, and we're back for the T area kick. You're listening to the State 11 AA Championship on River 92.7.
Your family at Swenson Cowan Dental Office. You can rely on Dr. Swenson and Cowan for comprehensive general dentistry, providing an excellent facility with the highest quality dental care. Swenson Cowan Dental Office serves Pierre and the surrounding areas. A friendly, local practice offering a calm and comfortable environment. Make an appointment by calling 224-5966. 224-5966. Swenson Cowan Dental Office is proud to support area youth in their activities, cheering them on to victory. Your family at Swenson Cowan Dental Office in Pierre.
3-play scoring drive for the Titans here. They go 3 plays and 53 yards after a penalty, though. Maddox Slykaus over the middle to Wyatt Stuntback for 59 yards. Stuntback caught it at the 50-yard line and weaved through the defense. Lincoln Kenols was giving chase, but he got a great block downfield against him to kind of take him out of the play. Trey Lewis down at the 10-yard line got a push on Stuntback, but Wyatt was able to stumble into the end zone for 6. Chase Van Tol's PAT. Tacks on a 7th, and we're tied at 7-7. So the Governors will get it right back. But Pierre is 1 for 3, turning it over a couple of times. Here comes a short kick, far side, taken by a 3rd deep man. Brock Mosier taking that catch, and a good return in short space across the 20-yard line. Governors will start. That was a great kick, by the way, for Chase Van Tol. Well placed and not much running room for Brock Mosier.
So, most people don't get caught up in the whole special team aspect of these games, but, you're going to see it a little bit today, I think, just in the placement of those kicks and even the punts.
So the Governors with an empty backfield again come out trips right. 2 turnovers, 1 fumble, 1 interception, but they'll keep doing what they do, no doubt about that. Keenhol's going to be in trouble, though. He'll go down. In the backfield, the Titan defense starting to step up their game if they haven't already. 26 is out there. That's Matt Halber. Give credit to number 12, Peyton Thompson. the defensive end, and Keenholz dropped for a loss of 8, back to the 15.
I'd give credit to the corners and their safeties right now. I mean, they're basically playing a one-on-one with us and just not giving us any room whatsoever to make a pass.
Keenholz just 3 for 5, all 3 completions to Jack Merkwan so far, including a 92-yard touchdown. Second and long, and Keenholz stepping up, nowhere to go again. He's wrapped up and brought down for a second straight time, and once again, it is Matt Halber. Halber, a 195-pounder, a loss of 5, back to the 10-yard line. Governor fans going to be seeing some things from this T-area defense that they're not used to seeing from opponents. Right now, the Governors are going to have a third and about 23 back at their own 10-yard line. The Titan fans are the ones in front of us. They'll come to their feet. And it'll be Keenholz by himself, 4 eligible receivers to the left. Looking over the middle, floater, Mosier, he's got it at the 28. No, they call it an incomplete pass. Would have been short of a first down. They needed to get to about the 33. That one we were able to see. And I'll be honest, it looked like a good catch from here, but we're still a long ways away from that. Official down there says incomplete, and the Governors will have to punt. So Keenholz will be the punter. He'll stand in the red-painted end zone. In the name of the USD Coyotes, this will be the last play of the first quarter. We're tied 7-7. We've got 2 seconds to go. Nathan Babb, one of 2 deep men for the T-area Titans, and a whistle is blown here. And a flag thrown by the back judge, who must be counting players, I'm guessing. Or was there a false start on the offensive line? Oh, delay of game. The guy with the best look at it.
There's no penalty on the play. I pumped the arm for 25. Please set it to 25.
All right, so a reset of the play clock was the request from our referee, Joe Fredrickson of Brookings. So no delay of game on that one. They'll try it again. Chase Sard, the long snapper for the Governors. Keenholz, high snap, he hauls it in with one hand. Only Lincoln Keenholz can get to that one, as Nathan Babb will ask for a fair catch, and he'll haul it in at the 43-yard line of the Governors. A 33-yard punt, but that could have been really bad for the Governors. And it'll be T-area football when we go to the second quarter on the end of on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. End 1, Governors 7, Titans 7. Scoreboard brought to you by Gales Gas Service in Pierre. We'll pause for 60 seconds. We go to the second quarter from the Dakota Dome next. You're listening to 11AA Championship Football on River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
Thinking of that winter vacation? It's time to book your flights from Pierre Regional Airport through United.com or American Airlines. If traveling to Denver, schedule your flight at DenverAirConnection.com. The morning flight leaves at 8:20, allowing you to connect to the majority of continued flights. Avoid the crowds, enjoy no driving, and free parking when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. 50 passenger jets and a 1-hour direct flight to Denver. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre Regional Airport.
Red Rosa Italian Grill and Beer is hiring for full and part-time positions for the front and back of house. If you're seeking employment in a fast-paced, fun, and friendly atmosphere, Red Rosa would love for you to help them grow their team. With competitive wages, tips, and flexible hours, visit WRHospitalityJobs.com to apply or stop in and fill out an application. Red Rosa Italian Grill, 808 West Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Apply today, an equal opportunity employer.
Welcome back to the Dakota Dome. We go to the second quarter, and on a change of possession, the Titans have it in Governor territory at the 44-yard line. Handoff, straight give to Chase Van Tol, looking to have a head of steam once he hits the line of scrimmage. He'll get inside the 40 for about 4.5. Then it'll be second down and a long 5.
starting to see a little change in that T offensive and defensive line right now. And one obviously getting pressure on the defensive side, but now we're seeing them getting down 3-4 yards off the ball and creating a little bit of running room for them.
Titans have to be licking their chops. They've got the momentum in this game. They've turned the Governors over twice. They scored on their last possession. Van Tol again lowers the shoulder, but Gavin Stotts is the first line of defense, helped out by Chance Sarda, Josh Rydberg, and that'll be a 1-yard gain. But we'll give him 2 to the 38. And it'll be 3rd down and 4. 5 carries, 12 yards for the super senior, Chase Van Tol of the T-Area Titans. Ball in the middle of the field with the first minute gone here, quarter number 2, 7-7. Long touchdown pass for both teams on the board in that first quarter. Slykaus will roll out to his right. Got to get rid of a chase here. Emmett Anderson, the first one to get to him, actually coming up with it is Chance Sarda. And then Anderson, who is actually getting dragged by the shirt tail for a little bit. Could have been a hold in the backfield, but Sarda and Anderson will stop him short of a first down at the 35. That's a 3-yard pickup, but it's 4th down territory for the Titans. 4th and just a yard to go. The ball is inside the 35. The line to gain is the 34. So about 2 feet to go here. See if the Governors can stand them up. This is a big play for the defense. Yeah. Titans will bunch it up in the backfield, and they jump. Left tackle jumps. And apparently he's saying he reacted to somebody in green. Nobody from green got into the neutral zone.
Didn't see that at all, absolutely.
False start. Offense, number 51. Still 4th down.
So Reese Kirschenman on the offensive line is actually, with that error, is going to induce a change of personnel here for the Titans. They'll bring the punting unit on. Riley Savanda will kick for the second time. Jaden Weeby back by himself at his own 12-yard line to our right now, and the Governors almost got in there for a block. This one will bounce at the 17. Big bounce all the way down inside the 5, waiting at the 1. And there is Ethan Viss with his heels just off the goal line. The Governors are going to have it inside the 1-yard line. My goodness, what a job on special teams by the Titans.
Yeah, some of these punts are, they're tough, obviously, to get to, but I think eventually we've got to start calling fair catches and getting ourselves underneath them and not allowing that roll to happen.
And that's kind of what I've been thinking, but I don't know that Jaden Weeby is, from where he is set up, has had time to get to the football. These low-line drive kicks.
And that one there was forced by our defense, obviously coming in and breaking that up a little bit.
So now Keenholz is in his own end zone. 3 receivers left as the Governors try to go left to right, or right to left as far as we're looking at it. Quick hitter out to Merkwan. There's some breathing room. Merkwan has his 4th catch out to the 11-yard line, and that's a first down just like that, 10 yards. And the Governors, who have really wanted to make big splash plays over the top, I believe right now they're probably going to try a drive that has things a little more under control, I would imagine.
Exact same thing go through my mind. Control that clock a little bit and just march down that field.
Far hash mark, right to left. They're way to our right, though, still at the 11-yard line. Keenholz has to step up. He'll make a move, can't get away. From 27 for the Titans, that would be Jackson Smythe, one of the linebackers. Keenholz looked like he had plenty of room to roam if he gets past him, but it's just a 2-yard pickup to the 13. 2nd and 8. Keenholz has had 4 keepers, and this is a really interesting stat. Only 9 yards so far for Lincoln Keenholz on the ground. 121 on 5 completions through the air, going for Merkwan again. He has to lunge, can't get to it. Parker Mulder in coverage, and this one just zipped right by Jack Merkwan. That'll be incomplete, and a 2nd and 10 coming. 5 out of 8 through the air for Keenholz. He and Merkwan for 92 yards on a touchdown, but Keenholz also was picked off.
And give credit to Jackson Smythe there on these last couple of plays. It kind of seems like they're really sitting back and just using him as a spy on Keenholz. Again, he breaks 1 or 2 of those tackles, and he's got plenty of yards, but that kid's doing a really good job of just breaking down and and making sure that he only gets 3 or 4.
Two tight ends set here. Keno's will roll out to his left this time. Backpedaling now into the end zone. Fires over the top of Sable. Merquant coming back for it. Had it, but down on the ground. Loses it, maybe right off of his chest pad at about the 22. Could have been a first down, but the Governors will get nothing. But there is a penalty flag back on the near side. And as Keno's reversed direction and rolled back the other way, you wonder here if the Governors aren't going to be guilty of a hold or something. From here, it wouldn't be a roughing the passer, given where the flag was thrown, as Keno's was rolling the other way, or anything of that nature. Here's the call.
Holding. Offense. The penalty declined.
So offensive holding, and from the 13-yard line, a fourth down result coming. So the penalty declined. Keno's will have to punt for the second straight time. Can't say enough about that Titan defense, you know, and again, with no surprises from either of these teams, I believe, you know, you're looking at execution right now, and just
absolutely.
who executes better is going to be the team that wins this one. Keno's has to step up and kick, and it'll be taken on the run. No fair catch, but a good open field tackle by Brecken Kruger of Nathan Babb. But the Titans will start once again in Governor territory at about the 46-yard line. Now with 8:29 left, it'll be up to the Governor defense to try to stand their ground here. Second quarter, 7-7. We remain tied. Governors have had 5 offensive possessions, the last 2 ending in 3 and outs, 2 of the other 3 ending in turnovers. Nobody said it would be easy. Keegan DeYoung, a single setback in the backfield. Chase Van Tol in motion to the left wing. DeYoung not taking the handoff. It's a keeper on the fake, kept by Maddox Slykouse. He'll be tackled in the open field by Deegan Huska. Near the far hash mark, just a 1-yard pickup to the 45-yard line of the Governors. Second down and 9 upcoming. I think the Governor defense has to certainly be happy with the results so far, but the offense is kind of wondering what's going on a little bit. And, you know, stay the course if you're Pierre's offense, but nobody's stopped you 4 out of 5 times all season long. That's a fact. Slykouse, play action. Quick hitter out to the near side. Pass is caught. This is Ethan McNelly, but he'll go nowhere as Chase Sarda comes up and gets that double leg takedown. Nice tackle here and a gain of 0.
Yeah, and you look at our offense right now, I mean, it's just not so much of, I mean, give credit to their defense, but, you know, it's also some of the things that would have, could have, should have for us as well. Just some of the drop passes and obviously the personal foul down here on Lincoln and stuff like that. And just things we need to clean up a little bit. And I would expect just with the veteran squad that we have that it's going to happen.
3rd and 9 here. Another big play for the Governor defense if they can make one here. Slykouse back to pass, has to throw quickly, and it's out of the reach of the intended receiver. Looked like a Governor defender had the best opportunity.
That was the same play they ran that touchdown on, exactly right there. They tried streaking him across the middle. I think T fans wanted possibly pass interference call there, but definitely no call.
Incomplete now, 4th down and 9. Slykouse on his first 5 pass attempts has completed 3, one of them for a 59-yard touchdown, total of 82 yards unofficially. 7:03 to play. 5 minutes in here to the second quarter. Chase Van Tol, or check it, Riley Savanda punting. This one's got a good spiral to it. Jaden Wiebe back inside his 10-yard line. Takes it at the 9, near sideline, already across the 20. He leaps over a man. And the T area fans have seen it once. They're asking for another penalty, but this one really wasn't on the run. Maybe that's a difference in the rule if you're kind of standing right there and trying to make a move, but good job by the Governor defense as the offense will have another opportunity. Timeout on the field for the media. We'll take it with them. 6:51 to play, second quarter. We're tied 7-7. Coca-Cola breaking the action from Coca-Cola Bottling and Pierre back in 1 minute to the 11 AA championship on River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
High school sports don't just happen. There's a ton of work that goes into every single athletic event.
And we have our school's athletic director to thank for a lot of it. Thank you.
For scheduling officials, so I can always play the game I love.
For ordering quality athletic equipment, so I can stay safe on the field.
For mentoring my coaches, so they can be the best role models for me.
For coordinating transportation, so I can get focused for the big game.
For helping us develop character and learn lessons that will benefit us for the rest of our lives.
Thank you to our AD for always creating a positive experience for us. We'll never forget it.
From all of us at the NIAAA, thank you to every athletic administrator in South Dakota for all you do to enrich the lives of your students. It does not go unnoticed. This message presented by the NIAAA, the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Back at the Dakota Dome, out of the timeout, Governors and Titans tied 7-7. Brian Oakland with John Calda and David Burrell. And Lincoln Keenholz, who so far has not had his best day, going to try on 1st and 10 with a rollout throw. Is looking for Jaden Weeby on the far side, and that's more of a desperation throw. Keenholz, you don't see him just trying to flip it against his body very often, but again, the Titan defense keeps coming after the Governor's standout QB.
To me, that's been the big difference in this game. You know, we go back to the first game, is just we're not getting pressure on their quarterback right now when he is making a pass, and they're getting a heck of a lot of pressure on Keenholz.
It's a veteran offensive line, but keep in mind there is no Matthew Coverdale. Think about Matthew. When these two teams last met, Coverdale breaks a bone in his lower leg early in the game, came back and played, and then had to exit again in the fourth quarter. Up in the pocket, and Keenholz has his pass over the middle knocked down. Great play with a one-hander here by Sam Wardell on the pass intended over the middle for Jaden Weeby. Three straight misses here for Keenholz.
I tell you what, there's a great opportunity there. I think he definitely forced that pass, but he had an opening there to take it and run. I think, again, that's been a big challenge for him, is when he's going to choose to tuck it and run versus pass. And it just seems like right now he's trying to force things a little bit and not really taking that opportunity and running when he needs to.
3rd and 10 for the Governors. Near hash mark as they head from right to left. They're at their own 25-yard line. 3 receivers to the far side right. Looking for Merkwan, and this pass is caught on his fingertips. He slips through. Giving chase is Ethan Viss. Merkwan, he celebrated almost too early, but he stays on his feet at the 8-yard line and walks in for a 75-yard touchdown. Jack Merkwan almost had a Leon Lett moment there, but my goodness, Jack Merkwan keeps his balance, and the Governors with a second long touchdown. In this game, they'll take the lead back 13-7. Oh, Jackie. Lesson learned.
Yeah,
man.
I'm kind of in awe right there. I'm guessing he won't be doing that again.
Ethan Viss not quitting on that one. Merkwan catches his 5th pass of the day. 2nd touchdown. Keenholz will hold for Ryland Derry on the PAT with 6:28 to play. Out of the snap of Chase Sarda. That's good. Hold is good. The kick is up, and it is good. So the Governors gave Keenholz a little bit of time. This time, Jack Merkwan with the fingertip catch somehow stays on his field against 2, maybe 3 defenders, and he goes for 75 yards, and the Governors lead 14-7. 6:28 to play, back in 30 seconds for the Governor kick. You're listening to the 11AA Championship on River 92.7.
Tackle your questions about purchasing your home with someone that has a passion for success. Hi, I'm Sean Lewis, Mortgage Loan Officer with American Bank and Trust. Whether you are buying, building, or refinancing, I will help coach you through every step of your American dream. I will keep you informed through the entire buying process and help you find the best product for your home goals. Send me an email, give me a call, or visit me at our Pierre location and get started with your American dream. Member, FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Governors on a couple of plays go 75 yards. Keenholz to Merkwan for the second long one. I've got Jack Merkwan, 5 catches, 186 yards. David Burrell down on the field looking at the program. What do you see there, David?
I can tell you that Jack is very close, Brian, 30 yards away from the 11 AA receiving record. And it's an old one. Derek Older, Rapid City Stevens, 1994, 216 that day.
I will tell you more about that. Derry with a great kick going deep. Blake Thompson back to his 1-yard line, comes up the near hash mark. He'll be grabbed across the 15, stopped at the 17, and the Titans will have it 1st and 10 for once, and for the first time, pinned into their own red zone. 1994, if people remember the name of Peter Martin, who was a great quarterback for the Rapid City Stevens Raiders. That was an overtime loss to Yankton, and that night, I remember watching that game. But Derek Older, 216, the record holder for 11 AA. Jack Merkwan got a pretty good shot at it. He's the only one to catch a pass for the Governors so far today, though. That is an interesting stat in itself. So here come the Titans, 1st and 10, trailing 14-7. As the Governors have retaken the lead, Slykehouse on play action, floats one out. Over the middle, he's got Van Tol. There's a flag thrown. Van Tol against Deegan Huska, streaking up the middle of the field. He will score. And we will check the flag that'll be thrown, but this might be on a hold of some sort against the Governor defensive backfield, if I'm to speculate. Titans celebrate. I didn't see it. Was pass interference or a hold?
It was a hold.
So the Titans decline, and they get an 83-yard touchdown from Maddox Slykehouse to Chase Van Tol. Van Tol is every bit the running back, the stud that he is, but he can certainly catch passes out of the backfield.
I'm surprised I didn't even see him come out of the backfield.
Defense. The penalty will be assessed on the kickoff. Result of the play, touchdown.
All right, so that penalty goes for 10 yards on the kickoff. Touchdown Titans. They come right back on an 83-yard strike from Maddox Slykehouse to Chase Van Tol. And Van Tol actually has time to catch his breath to line up for a PAT thanks to that penalty call. 6:08 to go. We're in the second quarter. The Governors once again getting punched in the mouth. And we'll have to try to respond. Now we're ready for the PAT. To our right, Van Tol. He might have missed that one. That's a miss to the left as he hooks it. So the Governors will maintain a 14-13 lead. As we pause for 30 seconds, the Titan kick will come up next. You're listening to Governor Football from the Championships on River 92.7.
Flip your loan. Lower your payment with great rates from Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union. This is Jody. Now is the time to refinance your vehicle or a recreational vehicle with rates as low as 2.3%. Plus, no payments for 90 days and $75 cash after finalization. Come see us on North Garfield Avenue at Northridge Plaza. Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union. Member NCUA.
We're small enough to know your name, but we're big on you.
Driven by the Office of Highway Safety. River 92.7, KGFX-FM, Pierre. Stop speeding before it stops you. Obey posted speed limits.
Back at the USD Dakota Dome, it is a back and forth affair so far. The Governors struck first, the Titans countered, the Governors struck third, and the Titans have countered again. All four touchdowns combined in this game on long ones. This one an 83-yarder from Maddox Slykehouse to Chase Van Tol. David Burrell on the field confirmed that Chase Van Tol may have been a little bit gassed. He hooks the PAT, no good, so it's 14-13. The Governors lead by 1. And Van Tol will kick from the 50 because of the holding penalty on the Governor defense. That's an easy touchback for Chase Van Tol. Pierre will have it at the 20-yard line. Still a lot of time to go, Coach Calda. You've got 6 minutes left, but the Governors just have not, unlike every other game, except for the one they play against the Titans a month ago, they just haven't been able to dictate the pace of the game. They haven't been able to make the plays and get the cushion that they're used to.
Yeah, that kind of that balanced attack that we've seen in the past of just, whether it's Keynotes or Mosier, getting a couple of runs here and softening up that defense a little bit and allowing them to get some passes just hasn't happened. So, again, hopefully we can get a nice sustained drive here.
So Kane Knowles will start with an empty backfield, right to left. Steps up, now maybe coming out of the pocket. Eludes one man, 20 to the 25. Cuts back, but a block in the back coming from Jed Zabel. Kane Knowles across the 30 to about the 32-yard line, but two officials throw a flag here as Jed Zabel was blocking a defender from the backside. Still a positive gain as far as the rushing yards will go, but Pierre will have it first down in double digits once this one is announced.
Holding. Offense. Number 12. 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Replay. First down.
So the spot of the foul, one flag was at the 26. One of them was at the 28. We'll see where they mark it back from. Probably the 26. Nope. Actually, the Governors, yep, they'll have it back at the 16-yard line. So first down and 14. Give Kane Knowles 6 yards of positive offense. He has not been able to find the running room yet. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Merkwan's been doing a lot of man-on-man work. Kane Knowles looking over the middle. Here is Kruger, as he's got the grab at the 25-yard line. Short gain, but a positive one at that. Nathan Babb right there in coverage will bring him down to the 24. That'll be a pickup of 8. It'll be second down and 6.
Ed better yet, offensive line doing a lot better job there. Just, again, not letting that pocket collapse on him. Give him plenty of time to let that play develop.
Kane Knowles on the scoreboard has 204 passing yards. The Governors as a team only 27 on the ground. Similar stats for T area, 165 to 15. Kane Knowles, quick fire out to the far side. Mosier has it here. He'll take a man for a ride as trying to drag him down is Sam Wardell, but Brock Mosier rather up to the 30-yard line, depending on the spot, may have a first down here. Football spotted on the line. They'll move the chains, and a good play there for Brock Mosier. I always marvel at Brock Mosier, JW, that from up here and from our booths, he's always one of the smallest guys on the field, but he still he packs such a punch, and he's just so strong. Very difficult to bring down, always keeps his legs moving.
Yeah, just short, compact. I mean, obviously not the height you want to have a good running back, but he's got everything else going for him.
To the 5-minute mark, second quarter, 14-13 Govs. Kane Knowles rolling right. He'll float one up, looking for Merkwan. Did he make that catch?
Yes, he did.
One-handed grab for Jack Merkwan, inbounds or out. Everybody's heading back the other way. Out of bounds. Oh, Jack Merkwan makes a spectacular grab. But second down and 10, it's incomplete. Merkwan's working on one defender all day long. Now Kane Knowles with the clap.
I've been waiting.
3 Titans jump. It took a while for the Governors to try that, yeah.
Encroachment on the defense, number 51. 5 yards. Still second.
Penalty marked against the Titans.
When I seen that 2 plays ago, I mean, they're basically they're coming on our offensive line so quick and just going off his clap. I'm just, it's kind of wondering when that was coming and drawing them off sides.
So from the far hash mark, second and 10 becomes second and 5. 4 5-yard penalties, one of the 15-yard variety for T area. Kane Knowles on a keeper, goes right side, short side of the field, but he'll be ankle tied and tackled up at about the 38-yard line. Another short gain, only 3 yards.
At 27, he's doing a great job today. Just keying on. I'm trying to remember what his
Jackson
name is.
Smythe.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, I said it before. I mean, that's his job. You can see it right now. Anytime that he's running, he's just going downhill.
3rd and 2 here for the Governors. Kane Knowles still alone in the backfield. 3 receivers near side. Cade Kaiser the widest of the 3. Governors just need 2 yards here to keep the drive alive, and this will be a keeper for Kane Knowles up the middle. He'll have it. He'll range to that right side, nub side, if you will, once again. Diving ahead of the 40 to the 43, 5 yards this time, and a first down.
We keep saying that it's, only.
Let's check with David Burrell what he's got. How'd you see that one, David?
I think the offensive line, this possession and the last one, really clearing out a lot better, Brian and John, than they did near the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100%. And again, we keep talking about the 3 or 5 yards. Well, and again, every play, that's all you need. You get 3 1/3 yards, you get 4 yards. I mean, that's going to get you down the field.
Kane Knowles again on the first down keeper. Straight up the hash mark. Short gain here. They'll give him 3. Maybe, a short 4. They're going to spot it at the 46-yard line. We'll call it 2nd down and 7 or a long 6.
We're just used to him breaking those big plays.
Well, and don't say that that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
obviously, you still
100%.
kind of expect it. It just takes one time. But Pierre is still keying on this guy as he slips out of the ankle tackle here, gets across the 50-yard line into Titan territory to the 48. First effort there, Peyton Thompson off of the D-line, but Keenhol's able to high step out of that one, and now the Governors are into Titan territory.
It'll be fun to watch how Coach Steele and the offensive staff maybe tries to find a way to get 27 out of his game, get Smythe out of his game right now and open something up there. Again, that's his one key, and he is just crashing hard anytime that he's reading that run.
Pickup of 6, 3rd down and 1. Governors need it to the 47. Getting loud here in the Dakota Dome with 2.5 minutes to play here in the first half. 14-13, Governors lead. Kaiser with Merkwan in the slot here to the near side left, and that play clock apparently ran out. And the Governors get a timeout instead, so Steve Steele will take his first of 3 charge timeouts. We'll pause for 60 seconds into the Coca-Cola break in the action. The Governors lead by 1 with 2:20 to go first half. We're back in 1 minute. The 11AA championship on River 92.7.
Wagner Auto Company, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer in Pierre, is your transportation headquarters in central South Dakota. With a great selection of new Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, and Jeep vehicles, and a large selection of quality pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. View their entire inventory at WagnerAuto.com. Experience the Wagner Auto difference for yourself by letting them help you with your next set of wheels. Wagner Auto Company in Pierre.
At the YMCA, finding your why starts with making an impact together. It's diversity and unity, a space for all where you are seen and supported. For some, their why is a summer full of fun, memories and moments, connections near and far. Why is the before-work hustle, an after-school home, a welcoming place to call your own. Our reason why is united, undivided. Together we make a difference. It's kinship, friendship, and everyone belongs. We're here to help you find your why at the Oahe Family YMCA in Pierre, where we are for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility.
Here we are back at the Dome. Governor's doing a pretty good job of time management here in the drive that started with 6 minutes plus. Almost 4 minutes gone. It's 3rd and 1. Big play. Here comes Keenholz trying to lead or follow the fullback, and he's got a first down on a second effort dive. Jackson Edmond in there trying to help close off the left side. Jet Zabel was leading the way. Zabel's the last off the ground and might have taken an extra second or 2 to do that. Pick himself up. This will be a first down. Gain of 2. Keenholz's 10th keeper. 34 yards on the ground for Lincoln Keenholz. Brock Mosier has 1 carry for 4 yards. They've actually got 46 yards officially rushing on the scoreboard, but most importantly, the Governors have it with a 1-point lead. 1st and 10 at the Titan 47-yard line. Here comes Keenholz again. And Keenholz taken down. Looked like Nike Rosas got a good wrap on him. Makes him, or helps trip him up. Inside the 45 down to the 43. This is somewhat reminiscent of that drive that the Governors had with Keenholz running last year. That helped get the Governors into a 27-27 tie until they won it on the final drive of the last second field goal, but a little earlier perhaps needed this time. Now Keenholz ready to go back and pass. 2nd and 7 has his man, Jet Zabel. High up in the air, Zabel pulls it down with Sam Wardell in coverage inside the 30. Spotted at the 25, a brilliant 18-yard pickup for the Governors, and Jet Zabel doing his thing.
Yeah, finally got a good matchup there with Zabel and just having that height difference and allowing Keenholz to throw the ball up and make him make a play.
First down, Govs at the 25. Keenholz ready to go again. Underneath this time. This is Jackson Edmond. He'll be thrown down hard by Chase Van Tol on the right shoulder. Edmond broke his left collarbone in Watertown a month and a couple of months ago. Edmond will be spun to the 21. This is a pickup of 4. Edmond getting a grab on his senior championship game. Two receivers, wideouts, right. Merkwan to the left. He'll go up and out, make the grab inside the 20-yard line. And as John Caldas said, great grab here. Ethan Viss in coverage. Still short of a first down, but they'll spot him to the 17 and gain of 4.
It's just sometimes you don't understand what goes into being a good wide receiver, and it's routes, it's obviously speed, quickness, and height, but again, just being able to hold on to the ball if the defender's on you and trying to knock it out. I mean, that's a big part of the game as well.
That reminds me, and I'm always going to the NFL when I give analogies, but think of Steve Largent from the 80s. Not the fastest guy, not the biggest guy, but a great route runner and excellent hands, and that's why he's in the Hall of Fame. Yep. Here's Keno's on 3rd and 2. Floater looking for Edmond, the big guy, as he's lifted up and put to the ground. Where's the flag on that? Did I miss something? Jackson Edmond, he got lifted up. David Burrell, how'd you see that in the end zone?
Steve Steele's asking the same question you are. But the officials said, no, he didn't do any pushing. In fact, Edmond may have done a little bit of putting his arm out, too. That's called a draw and no penalty either way, although Pierre disagreed.
Well, it's going to be 4th down and 4-down territory anyway. Maybe Edmond jumps into the arms of the defender, but 4th and 2, 17 seconds to play in the first half. Keno's will try again, other side, and this is over the top of Edmond, or of Jet Zabel, rather, and the Governor drive will come up empty. A little surprised maybe the Governors didn't go for something a little more high percentage. They still have 2 timeouts that they could have used here from the 17, but instead, though it is 4th down, I had it at 4th down with that one. Well, thankfully.
No, it's first down T, right?
Nope, that was a 4th down attempt. So the change of possession. Titans have a chance here. Blake Thompson will go left side, and the Governor's playing prevent. So Thompson gets to the edge, taken out of bounds by Chase Sarda on a good gain. And of course, the Titans themselves scored on an 83-yard touchdown pass. On their previous possession, the Governors ran about 6 minutes on that last drive. Now 6 seconds to play. As we wind down the first half, that's 14-yard pickup for Blake Thompson. The Titans will get the football to start the second half. That's the longest run by any of the Titans. Of course, it came against a fairly prevent defense. I formation here. Slyko's going to keep it on the ground. Rydberg into the backfield, and will tackle Chase Van Tol for a 1-yard gain at best. And that will put an end to the first half here in the 11AA championship on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. The Governors lead by the slimmest of margins. It's Pierre 14, T Area 13. Scoreboard from Gales Gas Service in Pierre, and we're back after a 3-minute timeout. You're listening to the 11AA championship on your official voice of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7, drgnews.com.
Since 1894, Ameriprise Financial has worked for their clients' futures, helping millions of Americans retire on their terms. I'm Rick Doctor, a financial advisor with Leiden & Associates, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services, Incorporated. I remain true to the vision of always putting clients first. I am ready to help you get where you want to be. Office is located in Northridge Plaza, Pierce, South Dakota. Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
This Governor Sports Moment is brought to you by the independent insurance team at Fisher Rounds and Associates in Pierre. Tailback McGuire Rasky was part of 4 straight Governor 11AA championship teams from 2017 through 2020. In 4 years, he rushed for over 3,700 yards and 57 touchdowns, including 26 in his senior season. And also that season, he had 31 total touchdowns to tie the school record originally set by Quincy Christie in 2005. McGuire Rasky, one of Pierre's finest. This Governor Sports Moment brought to you by the independent insurance team at Fisher Rounds and Associates in Pierre.
It's the season of getting cozy, the season of warm apple ciders and sweet pumpkin pies. Before it's gone, be sure to get in the car, rev up that engine, put your pedal to the metal, and burn rubber before heading straight to the games. All sports are back, and First Dakota is sitting right up front with you on this adrenaline your lungs when it kicks into overtime and enjoy the ride of the season. Make some noise with First Dakota National Bank. Open a new account online today at firstdakotaNationalBank.com. Member FDIC.
Your family at Swenson Cowan Dental Office. You can rely on Dr. Swenson and Cowan for comprehensive general dentistry, providing an excellent facility with the highest quality dental care. Swenson Cowan Dental Office serves Pierre and the surrounding areas. A friendly local practice offering a calm and comfortable environment. Make an appointment by calling 224-5966. 224-5966. Swenson Cowan Dental Office is proud to support area youth in their activities, cheering them on to victory. Your family at Swenson Cowan Dental Office in Pierre.
Thinking of that winter vacation? It's time to book your flights from Pierre Regional Airport through United.com or American Airlines. If traveling to Denver, schedule your flight at DenverAirConnection.com. The morning flight leaves at 8:20, allowing you to connect to the majority of continued flights. Avoid the crowds, enjoy no driving, and free parking when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. 50 passenger jets and a 1-hour direct flight to Denver. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre Regional Airport.
Smart grocery shopping takes a little bit of TLC. Lynn's Dakota Mart in Pierre is thrifty, local, and convenient. Lynn's Dakota Mart prides itself on their fresh produce, high-quality meats, and bakery goods. Grab some Caribou coffee while you shop, too. Lynn's Dakota Mart features a nice selection of beer, wines, and liquor. Stop at Dakota Mart Gas and save up to 20 cents per gallon every day. Take care of your prescription needs at Lynn's Dakota Mart Good Neighbor Pharmacy. Thrifty, local, convenient. Lynn's Dakota Mart in Pierre, your hometown neighborhood market.
Welcome back to the USD Dakota Dome. We're at halftime. Halftime is brought to you by Leiden & Associates, Ameriprise Financial. They're in the Northridge Plaza in Pierre. Brian Oakland with John Calda, David Burrell. Here's 14-13. Governor's lead, and this is not a typical Pierre Governor ball game, as you might expect. Obviously, T area, there are no better opponents in 11AA for the Governors, who are top-ranked and undefeated this season than we've seen from the Titans. The Titans certainly playing an outstanding game. The Governors do lead 14-13. And first, I think John called the first impressions are that the Governors, I don't know if they're out of their element just a little bit, but, if that's the case, maybe you can make that argument, but you got to give credit to the Titans here in the way they played this first half.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting exactly what they want out of this game. They're putting good pressure on Keynotes, and they've got Smythe that's just been spying him really well on the defensive side of the ball and offensive side. I mean, we look at the keys to success, and both of them said that we've got to stop the big scorers. And I mean, for T, they've got a couple big scorers. For us, we've got a couple big scorers. And I mean, for them, I got to be thinking they're in a good spot right now.
Titans haven't played. They played Lincoln Keynoles obviously better, certainly with his ground ability better than anybody has all season. I do have Lincoln with 236 on through the air so far, and those are the official stats as well. Here's how it happened, though. Governors had the opening drive taken from the 20-yard line. 3 plays, they moved the chains, but further up as a third down run by Lincoln Keynoles. He picked up a first down, but fumbled the football on a big hit, and the Titans took over at the Governor 48-yard line. Governor defense held their ground to a 3-and-out, but a nice punt by Riley Savanda put the Governors down to the 8-yard line, but only one play as Lincoln Keynoles goes up top on the near side to Jack Merkwan. Merkwan made the grab in traffic. Again, defender falls down, and Merkwan streaks for a 92-yard touchdown to put the Governors up 7-0 with Ryland Derry's PAT. Titans come back. They pick up a first down, but went 3-and-out from there and stopped at the 38-yard line. They punted, but the Governors were pinned down deep again, this time at their own 6-yard line. A pass interference penalty put him out at the 21-yard line as Merkwan was in danger of beating his man again. But Lincoln Keynoles interception on a floated pass to the far side. Brecken Kruger a little late, unable to adjust to the pass, and it was picked off by Chase Van Tol, I believe, if I remember correctly. But the Titans start at the 47-yard line, and it takes them 3 plays after a penalty. It was Maddox Slackhouse over the middle to Wyatt Stuntback with 59-yard touchdown catch and run. Chase Van Tol's PAT makes it 7-7. That coming at 1:34 left in the first quarter. And then 4 possessions in a row, both teams ending in punts. 3 and outs, in fact, and the Governors were pinned deep at their own 1-yard line. They did get a first down, but went 3 and out from there at that point. The Titans also going 3 and out, and then the Governors with 6:51 to go in the second quarter from their own 25-yard line, a 2-play scoring drive, but it's Keenholz to Merkwan again, 75 yards. Merkwan was celebrating a little prematurely inside the 10-yard line, almost got tripped up, but was able to keep his feet. And the last 8 yards he was fortunate to achieve. And a 75-yard touchdown for Merkwan, 14-7. The score was 6:28 left, but coming right back are the Titans from their own 17-yard line. A 1-play hookup as Slykaus hits Chase Van Tol over the middle for 83 yards, and that one made it 14-13. Van Tol, the kicker, though, had to catch his breath, and he may have been a little bit gassed on the attempt from the PAT. He hooked it left, and it was 14-13 at that point with 6:08 to play. And the Governors then, after a touchback, start on their own 20-yard line with 6:08 to play. They pick up a few first downs along the way. In fact, a drive that went 12 plays comes down to a 4th and 2, and Lincoln Keenholz tried a floater to Jet Zabel, threw it over his head. However, there was a play on the other side, Keenholz to Jackson Edmond, who leaps for it, but was kind of carried through the end zone on a pass that was overthrown. No pass interference, much to many surprise, but the Governors unfortunately come away without points. Not a field goal, nothing. They went 4 and out, and 2 plays later, the Titans able to run the clock out. As that's where we are at the half, and that missed PAT by Van Tol on the second Titan touchdown is the difference in this game. Governors lead 14-13. Take a look at official stats in this one, as the Governors have 236 yards positive passing. As earlier when we were talking about Jack Merkwan and his quest maybe for a record-setting performance, 216, the receiving record in an 11 AA championship. I miscounted when I did unofficial stats. I shorted him 10 yards. Jack actually has 6 catches for 200 yards of the 236 for Lincoln Keenholz. Jet Zabel has an 18-yarder. Brecken Kruger with 1 for 8. Brock Mosier has a 6-yarder. Jackson Edmond with a 4-yard reception as well. So Keenholz 236 through the air on 10 of 20 passing, as also was picked off the one time. Keenholz also with the fumble, so uncharacteristic. It's not the first time the Governors have turned the ball over twice in a game this season, but still you never expect it. You're always surprised when it happens. Keenholz has rushed 14 times for 45 yards. Brock Mosier 1 carry for 4 yards, 49 yards on the ground, 236 passing through the air, but Lincoln was sacked twice for losses of 13 yards, so 223 net passing unofficially for the Governors there as well. For the T-Area Titans, Maddox Slykaus, impressive, 4 of 6, making the most of his completions for 165 yards, 2 touchdowns, 83 yards to Chase Van Tol, 59 yards to Wyatt Stuntbeck, and Blake Thompson has a 23-yard grab. Ethan McNelly was stopped for no gain on his only catch of the game, so 165 passing for the Titans. Blake Thompson has 3 carries for 17 yards. Chase Van Tol, 6 carries for 12 yards. Maddox Slykaus, 4 carries for 2 yards. Keegan DeYoung, 2 carries, minus 2 yards on the ground for the Titans. So it hasn't been easy. Only 30 yards of rushing offense for the Titans, 29 officially, in fact, along with 165 through the air. So 194 total yards for the Titans, 285 for the Governors. Pierre has picked up 10 first downs along the way. T-Area with just 4. But this one pretty much dead even at 14-13. Governors have the lead. So Jack Merkwan, 200 yards receiving. The record in an 11 AA championship is 216. We'll watch that as we go into the second half. Of course, this is a record-setting, many times over Governor squad. Pierre looking for the quest for 6. It hasn't been easy. We'll see how the second half goes. We'll talk more about it. Let's take another 3-minute timeout. Our Leiden and Associates halftime continues from the state 11 AA title game here in the Dakota Dome on River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Waihe Federal Credit Union member? Hawaii Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Hawaii Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Hawaii Federal Credit Union.
Red Rosa Italian Grill and Pier is hiring for full and part-time positions for the front and back of house. If you're seeking employment in a fast-paced, fun, and friendly atmosphere, Red Rosa would love for you to help them grow their team. With competitive wages, tips, and flexible hours, visit WRHospitalityJobs.com to apply or stop in and fill out an application. Red Rosa Italian Grill, 808 West Sioux Avenue in Pier. Apply today, an equal opportunity employer.
Health, happiness, and home. Hi, this is Tara Sunshine of Kathy Sunshine Properties. Purchasing or selling a home can be the largest investment you make. I invite you to choose our team to help you with the process. For over 48 years, our office has been successfully serving the buyers and sellers of the Pierre-Fort Pierre area with our professional service. It is our goal to provide you with superior service. Contact me, Tara Sunshine, at Kathy Sunshine Properties, 605-224-5588.
May Adam Law Firm of Pierre offers superior legal representation. Clients can be assured their legal matter will be handled with expertise and the utmost professionalism. May Adam Law Firm's skilled South Dakota lawyers can take care of your family law, estate planning, real estate law, or personal injury. May Adam Law Firm is able to help you plan and prepare to make matters easy now and into the future, too. Call 224-8803. May Adam Law Firm of Pierre, since 1881.
The 10th anniversary of the Great Futures Mega Raffle is here. Let's celebrate and help the Boys and Girls Club of the capital area by purchasing your Mega Raffle ticket with 16 chances to win big. Mega Raffle prizes include ski passes, airline tickets, dining certificates, wellness packages, weekend in the hills, helicopter rides, hunting, and more. Purchase your ticket today at Beck Motors, Lynn's Dakota Mart, Lee Real Estate, Boys and Girls Club, and any board members. All proceeds benefit the Boys and Girls Club of the capital area.
Tackle your questions about purchasing your home with someone that has a passion for success. Hi, I'm Sean Lewis, mortgage loan officer with American Bank and Trust. Whether you're buying, building, or refinancing, I will help coach you through every step of your American dream. I will keep you informed through the entire buying process and help you find the best product for your home goals. Send me an email, give me a call, or visit me at our Pierre location and get started with your American dream. Member, FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
White & Associates halftime continues. 14-13, Governors leading the Titans. A year ago, the Titans had the big lead at halftime. They made it bigger on the third play of the second half, made it 27-7. The Governors came back, tied it, and then Cole Peterson wins it from 40 yards out on the last play of the game. This one, a little bit different complexion, but as we're talking about receiving yardage and Jack Merkwan, his 92-yarder sets a record, David Burrow.
Yeah, Brian, it's the record of the 11 AA championship. Scott Tyler to Jakari Christian had the old record when Sioux Falls Roosevelt was in 11 AA 11 years ago. So 92 isn't the record all time. There have been a couple of 96-yard touchdown passes. One of those was by Sully Butte's Nick Whitler 4 years ago. Weren't you here for that?
Some of us were here. Yeah, one of the most exciting plays. That play actually came in the final minute of regulation. It tied the game up. Sully Butte's ended up losing to Cologne 48-42, which really, for me, in 20 years of broadcasting, I would put that game right up with last year's championship win by the Governors on the last play is probably the greatest ball game I've ever had the privilege of calling. But unfortunately, that one didn't come out for the home team that we were covering in the Sully Butte's Chargers. But, hey, long live Mark Sefner. Long live that 96-yard touchdown.
Yes, sir. I absolutely agree with you on that. Let me put something to both of you, Brian and John, to revisit what head coach Steve Steele said in the pregame. And they've done a fairly decent job about this in the first half, although T-Area does have their rushing yards. But as you mentioned, only the first downs. I want to go back to what he said about stopping them on the important downs, third and fourth down. Don't you guys think that's going to be especially crucial on this first drive of the second half? Don't you think T-Area is going to be thinking, let's run some tide off and score?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I kind of started looking at defense a little bit, and just the fact of we're kind of keying on the run game so much that I think that's one of what they're trying to get us to do is just bite on that run, and then in that third or fourth down situation, probably popping a pass over top, and that's what they're doing pretty well right now.
Well, you remember the regular season matchup a month ago in Pierre. T area had that field goal at the end of the first half. They had the first possession of the second half, took the lead, but we've been waiting or figuring that the key for the Governors is to get defensive stops, get 2 or 3 in a row, and then keep the offense moving. You always trust the offense to score. That's the weird thing for me in this ball game. That just hasn't been the case, and I can't credit the Titan defense enough for that simple fact.
Yeah, I mean, for one, they've been doing a really good job in just shutting Keynotes down on that run game, I think, which is what we've seen was so good that second half of our first game that we played, and kind of just waiting for Lincoln to take over, wants to take over, and they're closing that door pretty quickly right now.
Now, the one thing that the Governors seem to always do better than anybody, make second half adjustments. In the halftime break, we'll see. I don't know what kind of adjustments you can make. It just instead of making defensive adjustments, I think in this case, you've got to make adjustments on offense. What do you expect out of this one? What do you think needs to be done? I've got my ideas, but easier said than done, I suppose.
Yeah, I think one, just sustaining some good drives. I think they did a really good job, that last drive of the game, or last drive of the first half, but unfortunately they kind of got away from just, running Lincoln enough. I still think it's got to be a way to get Smythe kind of out of his game right now and try to figure out how can we get him maybe focused on somebody else and allow that door to open up for Lincoln a little bit.
Can you use a fullback or something like that? They have Run Jet Zabel as a fullback. If they can get him through the offensive line and get Smythe out of the way, maybe Lincoln can make some decisions in that regard. 236 yards passing. It's going okay for Lincoln, but again, those big plays adding to both quarterbacks passing games. I think the Governors still have it in them to run a high percentage passing game, more of that West Coast offense, so to speak, if you want to look at it that way. But I think it's important for Pierre certainly to score on each possession going forward here, but maybe controlling the clock as well. David Burrow?
Two things. First, the first surprise for me, guys, is the time of possession so far. Pierre has a little bit of an advantage, 12 and a half minutes to an 11 and a half minute advantage. And by the way, that 216-yard record is for all championship games. Tanner Hoyer, member from Potter County, had a 213-yard receiving game in 2013 in 9-man. But 216 is the record in any title game.
Well, looking forward to a great second half coming up. Let's break away for 1 minute. We'll come back. The second half kickoff on the way. Leiden and Associates halftime. It's 14-13. Governors lead.
Hey, it's the old top Gator here with Gator's Pizza Pasta Subs in the Northridge Plaza. Ready for something new and out of the normal pizza world? Pop on out and try Gator's new Peachy Serrano Chicken Pizza, an aromatic bouquet of sweet peaches, an amazing flavorful spicy Serrano chili sauce, accompanied with our seasoned chicken, real mozzarella and cheddar cheese. The spice level is about an 8 out of 10 on this item. Gator's has dine-in, carry-out, or curbside pickup, or delivery through DoorDash. Gator's Pizza Pasta Subs in the Northridge Plaza.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in South Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the SDHSAA and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Kicks it deep, and Blake Thompson had an opportunity from the 2-yard line, but he comes up the far side alley across the 20 to the 25-yard line. The Titans will have it 1st and 10 from there, and a chance to take the lead here as we begin our second half. Good to have you with us here on a Saturday afternoon. Brian Oakland with John Wayne Calda, David Burrell. It is a good one. I'll tell you what, high school football and the championships are made for knockdown dragouts, and you can call it smash mouth football, or you can call it playground football with all the big plays we've had. Here come the Titans on 1st down. Chase Van Tol with some running room And it is Mayer giving chase from the safety spot. Got enough of him as Van Tol spins back to the inside across the 30, diving to the 32. That's pretty good gain, 7 yards for Chase Van Tol. That's the longest rushing attempt for the Titans, not against a prevent defense here in this game so far.
You got to almost kind of expect us maybe on defensive side here to, I wouldn't say soften up on our corners by any means, but you know, I go back to those 2 touchdowns, and I didn't see the first one where our safety was sitting at, but second one, safety was really nowhere to be found. And are we going to have somebody sitting over top and just waiting?
Keep it on the ground here, Van Tol. No, this is Keegan DeYoung as he's being dragged by the shirt tail, but he refuses to give in. Out across the 35 and a first down here. Pushed back to about the 35. It looks like that's where they'll spot him. Keegan DeYoung with a pretty good effort here. Gain of 3. I really thought that they spot this one back, and maybe his knee was down. But first down gain for Keegan DeYoung. He's been held in check. He had a great game in Pierre on October 14th. 2 helpers in the backfield here for Maddox Slykehouse. Pick your poison. He'll hand off. This is DeYoung again, and this time the Governors win the battle with a tackle for loss. Chase Sarda with the pushback near the 30-yard line. They'll hit him at the 32. Progress forward from there. That's a loss of 3. So DeYoung got 3 on the last play. Now 2nd and 13 as he gives them right back. Chase Sarda and that defensive speed looking to make big plays here in the second half. 10-15, we're just underway in the third quarter. 14-13, Pierre Governors. Quick pass. It's a backward lateral, but Blake Thompson has some running room, but he'll be run down. Wrestled out of bounds, shy of the 40-yard line. Good play by Jaden Weeby.
So much fun watching our linebackers just do what they do, just the speed. It's what I love about our defense right now. For the most part, we're rushing 3 guys, but yet we're allowing our linebackers, even our defensive ends, if you want to call them that, just a chance to read and respond and react, and they do just such a great job of just getting to the ball quickly.
That's a play on that toss sweep, just overhand toss that I'm sure T. Arias had a lot of success with over the course of the season, but Jaden Weeby trims it to a 4-yard gain. 3 receivers right, near side. T area in road white. Moving left to right. And a pass up high and through the hands of the intended receiver, Van Tol. Would have been a first down, but Mayer is there in coverage. And they're swapping personnel. It will be 4th down and 6 here from the 39-yard line. So a punt coming here for the Titans. A little confused because on my stat sheet I only had a 3rd down, but here is Riley Savanda punting for the 4th time. Uncontested here. Upcoming with it, Trey Lewis. He'll backpedal outside to the outside. 40 to the 50 into Titan territory, and a good return, and a flag will fly in at the end of it. Trey Lewis got hit a little late, out of bounds. John Calda, I'm going to tell you right now, all of these long passes, the best throw of the game was that flag that flew in from 40 yards from the back judge on the end of that play. Trey Lewis.
The kicking team, number 3, the 15 yards from the end of the run. First down.
Will be tacked on to the end of a really fine run back for Trey Lewis.
Kind of makes my shoulder hurt a little bit just watching that.
David Burrell, late hit out of bounds, huh?
2 steps. That was an easy call. And yes, that was a very good throw of the flag.
So with 9:11 to play in the third quarter, Lewis returned it to the 46. Governors have it at the T41-yard line. Titans' 6th penalty of the game. First down play. Quick hitter out far side. Jack Merkwan makes the grab. Looks like he'll get about 10, and potential movement of the chains down near the 20-yard line. What a great start for the Governors, and a great punt return. You tack on the penalty. I think the Governors really needed a short field here.
Yeah, we threw 2 guys back on that, which was nice, and obviously we kind of bailed on the, trying to block the punt and getting a good return there. Just great 10-yard out right there, something that didn't go for us that first half.
The record watch, 7 catches, 210 now for Jack Merkwan. 2:16, the all-time state championship record. Here comes Keenholz up the middle. 20-10, barrels over a man at the 5. Will not score, but he stopped short at the 2-yard line. Blake Thompson, the touchdown-saving tackle, and for the first time today, Lincoln Keenholz broke free with his legs.
But there was that adjustment we were looking for, 5th Stotts, 50 coming out. We were actually letting 27 go untouched there and letting him make contact with Keenholz. It was a major emphasis there. We're getting upfield. We're blocking him first and was able to get extra yards out of that. And I look forward to that coming up the second half quite a bit.
Certainly the rest of the offensive line has to hold to their assignments at 17 yards for Lincoln, his longest carry of the afternoon. Clock running to the 8:15 mark. First down, goal to go. It's from the 3-yard line here for the Governors. Keenholz is alone in the backfield. Mosier in the near slot left. Kruger and Kaiser left. Merkwan right. This is all Keenholz. Bounces off. Will not get there. Just a yard this time. Blake Thompson in on the charge. Number 12, Peyton Thompson, who's playing a really nice ball game in that defensive line for the Titans. Nike Rosas also in on the stop.
Yeah, defensive end did a good job collapsing there and kind of go back on what I said the first time around. Now we're focused on 27. Well, that leaves somebody else opened up and did a good job just getting downhill right on that offensive lineman's hip pocket and making the tackle there.
Second and goal from the deuce for the Governors here. 14-13 Pierre. Mosier will go in motion. Keenholz will take it and roll that way. He'll push it ahead. Mosier dives to the pylon. Signal, touchdown, Governors. Well, there's an interesting play call. That was a rollout for Lincoln Keenholz. He expected the pressure. He got it. He pushes it ahead to Brock Mosier, who grabs it and beat 2 guys to the pylon for the score. That's a fun play call there.
I don't know. You call that a shovel pass? I don't know what you call that if he was looking for an option there on that. But, man, what a great play. Just a good awareness on his side of the ball there making that play.
David Burrow confirms on the side. He had a good look at it, David.
Wonderful play, and Brock Mosier carried 2 players to that pylon.
We've been talking about his refusal to give in as a smaller player. Here comes Derry for the PAT. Somebody flinched. We've got a flag. 20-13, Governors lead. 7-19.
Try to start. Number 80 on the offense. 5 yards. Replay down.
Jackson Edmond, I believe, flinched a bit, but 5-yard mark back. And like Chase Van Tol earlier in the game, Derry will have to try one from 25 yards out. This one to make it an 8-point game. Could be a big PAT at this juncture. High snap. Keenholz gets it down.
Good kick.
Derry puts it up, and it's good. So the Governors up their lead to 8. First possession of the second half comes up. It's Pierre 21, Titans 13. We'll take a 30-second break. Govs kick when we come back. You're listening to the 11 AA Championship on River 92.7.
Health, happiness, and home. Hi, this is Tara Sunshine of Kathy Sunshine Properties. Purchasing or selling a home can be the largest investment you make. I invite you to choose our team to help you with the process. For over 48 years, our office has been successfully serving the buyers and sellers of the Pierre-Fort Pierre area with our professional service. It is our goal to provide you with superior service. Contact me, Tara Sunshine, at Kathy Sunshine Properties, 605-224-5588.
Well, a good punt returned by Trey Lewis. A 15-yard penalty after he was hit 2 steps out of bounds. Put the Governors at the 31-yard line of the T-area Titans. 4 plays, and a minute 58 later, there was a 17-yard run on the ground from Lincoln Keenholz, but 2 plays after that, Lincoln Keenholz with a shovel pass ahead to Brock Mosier with a physical race to the pylon 1. That's the Governor fans, the Governor student body that you can hear, or that we hear across the way. Yeah, they found themselves on TV. Derry's kickoff to the 8-yard line. Taken up ahead by Blake Thompson. He'll step over a couple of players down below him at the 30-yard line, up ahead to the 31. Titans will try to respond. First down at the 31. So still a one-possession game, guys, but it's up to T area to try to keep pace with the Governors now.
Yeah, look at where the momentum's shifting there for us.
And we'll talk about special teams again. Special teams, set that up. Don't forget about that third phase of the game. I formation with a wing to the right. Here's Blake Thompson following blockers left side. He comes up between center and left guard, straight up the middle of the field. Titans moving from left to right. A minimal gain here for Blake Thompson. The down marker only has him 1 yard up. Chance Sarda in on the stop. Just one for Thompson, his fifth carry of the game. 22 yards total for one of the fastest guys on the field. 6:45 the clock runs here in the third quarter. Lincoln Kenols with 3 touchdown passes today. 2 long to Merck, one short to Mosier. Here come the Governors. Slykouse with a stiff arm to get away. He's hit as he throws. It's a floater looking for Van Tol. Ball bounces. We can't see it from here, but the ball did bounce up, and it's out of bounds. Incomplete pass. The Governors brought the heat twice, David Burrell.
It would have been a sack had not Emmett Anderson and Chase Sarda run into one another. That was the only way that Slykouse was able to get that ball away.
Well, you can't blame the eagerness of the defense. And then Slykouse also got hit as he threw that ball. Titan fans coming to life. The Governor fans are coming to life, too. Slykouse on 3rd and 9. Rolling to the right. Steps up with time. Goes over the middle. Caught. Chase Van Tol. Touchdown Titans. Flag down, though.
Yeah,
this one, I'm going to tell you, could go either way. I'm going to be honest. I thought there was a Titan receiver. There are 2 receivers in the pattern here. It looked like one of them might have been grabbing the jersey of a Pierre defender. That was at first glance, but the flag thrown from behind here on the near side, and this is probably going to go against the Governors. 68-yard touchdown pending the official call. Here's Mr. Fredrickson.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 9. A penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
The area with a 68-yard touchdown. That 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the kickoff. Chase Van Tol, who catches another long touchdown here, has to line up for a PAT. Titans choosing to go for 1 rather than 2, trailing still by 2. Make it 1. Van Tol will put this PAT through. So with 6:16 to play in the third quarter. We've got a ball game again. The Governor 1-point lead is back. It's 21-20. Titans kick. When we return, you're listening to Pierre Governor Football from the championships on River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
At the YMCA, finding your why starts with making an impact together. It's diversity and unity, a space for all where you are seen and supported. For some, their why is a summer full of fun, memories and moments, connections near and far. Why is the before-work hustle, an after-school home, a welcoming place to call your own. Our reason why is united, undivided. Together we make a difference. It's kinship, friendship, and everyone belongs. We're here to help you find your why at the Oahe Family YMCA in Pierre, where we are for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility.
3 plays for the Titans this time around after the Governors scored. And the one play that mattered, Maddox Slykouse to Chase Van Tol, 68 yards. Van Tol tacking on a PAT, making it 21-20. We'll see if that missed PAT by Van Tol in the second quarter still becomes a big difference in this game. Titans, I was a little surprised they didn't go for 2 there. But the way they've been playing, and now 3 big plays, they know that they've got something working against that Governor pass defense.
Yeah, it's one stop and go down and score again. I can't say go down and score again because everything's come off big plays today of 50 to 60, 70 yards and so on in there. But obviously, they got something working in their favor here.
T area helped out by a 15-yard penalty here, and Van Tol going to kick from the Governor 45-yard line. Governors will be bunched up quite a bit. They've got 3 men deep. Mosier and Lewis helping out Jaden Weeby, who's in the middle of the three. See if they squib it or just see if Van Tol tries to kick one through the uprights here from 55 yards out, essentially. Nope, they squib it. 1, 2, 3 hops. That one's through Jaden Weeby's legs, and that'll go as a touchback. So Pierre again will come out and set up shop at their own 20-yard line. Still leading 21-20, but still the Governors. This is something we just don't have to think about. The mental fortitude of the Pierre Governors, game in and game out. Certainly not this season. I think you go back to last year, there certainly were mental moments where, you just don't know what you're going to get out of high school kids. But the Governors, even in the game against T, I don't think later in the game were tested the way they're being tested today.
No, and we were talking earlier with Mr. Van Gore up there, and just right now just kind of kicking ourselves in the foot on some of these penalties and clean those up, and I would expect good things to happen.
First down run for Keenholz. It's getting stretched to the outside. Nowhere to go. He's brought down back at the 17-yard line. A rare loss on a Lincoln Keenholz run play. There was success on the previous drive with Keenholz running up the middle, but this time the Governors tried to sweep him out to the left side, near side. And he is dropped for a loss thanks to Nathan Babb, number 32. So 2nd and 13. Governors in the greens with the white pants. Top seed with the home uniforms. Heading from right to left. Now pinned into their own red zone here. Possession number 2 of their second half of play. 21-20, Pierre with the lead. Keenholz with the clap. Gets the snap. He wants to go long. Merkwan with a half a step. No, he can't get this one out at the 50-yard line. Ethan Viss right there again. That pass floated over a little too far over the shoulder of Merkwan. He was a little further away from the sideline. The pass itself dropping closer to that T area side here on our near side than maybe Merkwan was expecting it.
And I think Link's got the right idea there. They did a really good job, this whole game of playing a safety over top, and he's really focusing hard on Merkwan. I think Link's got the right idea. He's got to get that ball to that sidelines where only Merkwan can get to it.
Titan fans in front of us coming to their feet. 3rd and long for the Governors. 13 to go. 3 receivers right. Merkwan to the left. Short side, near side. Keenholz is back in the pocket. Over the middle. Has Merkwan at the 35. Making moves to the 40. He'll be gang tackled at the 40-yard line. Jet Zabel was underneath. He thought that pass was to him, but Merkwan caught it on the backside. Zabel looks a little bit banged up meanwhile. But Merkwan makes a huge, huge gain. There's a record, David Burrell.
That sets the all-time state championship receiving record in any classification.
8 catches for Jack. Now he's at 233 with that one and a gain of 23. So Pierre out of their own red zone. Got a new sequence now coming from the 40-yard line. Ball's in the middle of the hash marks. Have to monitor Jet Zabel. Been banged up for a while. Here's a bobbled shotgun snap. Keenholz tips it to himself. Hauls it in. He'll dive ahead, get back to the line of scrimmage, but no gain there for the Governors. Keenholz with a good hands. I've got him at 52 yards on the ground on 15 carries now. All told, the Governors officially was 64 yards, so unofficially they've got Pierre with 8 more yards than what I've got, but doesn't matter. Let's just worry about the score, Brian. It's 21-20, 4:10 to play, 3rd quarter. Merkwan far side right. He's blanketed by Parker Mulder at the line of scrimmage. Keenholz looking left, coming back to the right, and Mulder almost picked it off, but we've got pass interference.
Yeah, Merkwan just trying to come back on that corner, again, kind of doing probably what he needed to do just to stay in that play.
Keenholz looked left all the way through, going through all of his progressions, and then he comes back. David Burrell, is this a defensive penalty?
Defense.
It is a defensive penalty. So the Governors get a bit of a break here, and that's on the far side. We really couldn't see that, but the Governors will appreciate the help. Now, I had them at the 40-yard line, but they've just moved it up to the 50. I think this should be 5 yards forward from that. 15 yards. That should put them up to the 45 of the Titans. Down marker now says first down, but right now they've got the ball at the 50-yard line. If I'm not mistaken, that play started from the 40-yard line before. But here we go, midfield. Governors have it. Keenholz will keep. Spins.
There we go.
45 of the Titans with 40. Now he's got running room. 35 near side will be dragged out of bounds. Or actually, we'll take Ethan Viss for a ride out of bounds at the 31-yard line. Big gain here for Keenholz. First down gained. And that's his longest running attempt. Play going out of bounds. That'll stop the clock at 3:50 here in the third quarter. 21-20 Governors. Govs on the move. This drive started back at their 20-yard line. Still about only 2.5 minutes gone by in this possession. Again, 3 receivers right. That way it goes to Mosier. Looking for some blocking. Won't get a lot of it. Sam Wardell out there continuing to make plays. Tackles Mosier for a short gain. He is inside the 30. They'll call it the 29. Just a gain of 2. 3 catches, 10 yards, including a 2-yarder for Brock Mosier, the junior. Far hash mark. The Governors at 2nd and 8. Brecken Kruger slot left. Cade Kaiser's been quiet. Here's a clap play, and that'll be encroachment, or a freeze play, if you will, for the Governors. Again, the Titans jump.
Dead ball. Encroachment. Defense. Number 51. 5 yards.
John Calder, we said earlier that we were surprised at how long it took the Governors to do that, but maybe in this case they are just trying to space them out. Second down becomes second and a lot more negotiable here.
Yeah, sometimes you do it enough, you can actually penalize yourself in those situations. You know, again, just use them sparingly, use them where you think you need to, and just slow them down. In a situation like this when you just kind of need that defensive backing off and soften up a little bit.
To the 24, now 2nd down and 3. Keenholz back to pass. He'll step up out of the pocket. 25-20, cuts back 15 to the 10, down to the 5. Finally taken down inside the 10-yard line. Chase Van Tol with the stop. David Burrell down there in close range once again. Keenholz to the 5, David.
To be correct, Chase Van Tol came in after the first hit had been made, and Lincoln Keenholz said, hey, why are you letting him do that? Official didn't call anything.
Another 19-yarder, though, for Lincoln. Sets the Governors. Let's give him 20 to the 4-yard line. That's the spot of the football. Now Lincoln on the ground, starting to open things up a little bit. So 3 receivers left. Still Merkwan to the right. First and goal from the 4. Keenholz straight ahead. Bounces out left side. Touchdown. The 4-yard gallop here for Lincoln Keenholz and the Governors on an 8-play scoring drive. Make it a 7-point game once again. 27-20 with a PAT pending. 8 plays and 80 yards here for the Governors. This drive will cover about 3.5 minutes. 3:45 to be exact. Keenholz on his 18th carry of the game. Runs one in. Now a big PAT once again for Ryland Derry, the lefty. Soccer style kicker. It's up. It's good. The Governors lead 28-20. 2:31 to go. We're in the third quarter of this state 11AA championship. Every bit as good as advertised. We're back in 30 for the Governor kick. This is Pierre Governor Championship football.
Driven by the Office of Highway Safety. River 92.7, KGFX-FM, Pierre. Slow the drive. Arrive alive.
This Governor Sports Moment is brought to you by the independent insurance team at Fisher Rounds and Associates in Pierre. It was a championship-winning comeback for the H's. November 12, 2021 at the Dakota Dome, the Governors trailed T-Area 27-7 in the 11AA title game before rallying the tide in the fourth quarter. Then Cole Peterson's 40-yard field goal in the last play gave Pierre its 5th straight title, 30-27. The 2021 championship comeback, one of Pierre's finest. This Governor Sports Moment presented by Fisher Rounds and Associates in Pierre.
plays, 80 yards, 3:45 off of the third quarter clock. The Governors, who led 14-13 at the half, now have a 14-7 advantage. Since halftime, they lead the T-Area Titans 28-20. Number 1 versus number 2. It's as it should be. The Governors trying to make it 6 straight, which would tie an all-time record in South Dakota State Championship football. Ryland Derry will kick right to left from the 40-yard line. This one will go deep. They're going to Nathan Babb this time from the 6. Coming up the near side. Babb with some room across the 20, but tripped up nicely by number 54, Chance Sarda. To about the 25, the dive to the 26. The Titans will have it there with 2:26. Still a lot of time in this game. Heck, they'll spot him at the 25-yard line. And that's one thing, guys, but the time in this game will start to become a factor, but we're still in the third quarter. Maybe a little early to think about that. Here comes Thompson. He's got speed. 30 to the 40. Cuts away from one man. Wiebe up to the 40-yard line. Governors will stand him up there at the 42. But a good start here. 17 yards to match or to break the longest play on the ground for Blake Thompson and the Titans.
A good job there by T, getting a guard, pulling him outside, take care of our outside backer end, and not letting him close down like he needed to. Obviously utilizing some good speed there.
Now from the far hash mark, Titans in white jerseys, white pants, navy blue numbers with a gold trim. Here's Van Tol, hit early by Joshua Rydberg. He'll get some help. Deegan Huska and company stack him up. Chase Sarda, as usual, in the area, too. That's a no-gainer for Chase Van Tol. Titan fans got a little bit restless. It looked like Huska, I don't know if it looked like he threw a punch. I think he was just trying to throw Van Tol away from that scrum after the whistle had blown, but maybe looked a lot worse than it actually was down on the field. 2nd and 10 here, T-Area, minute 20 to go. We're in the third. Keegan DeYoung, the fullback, ahead of Blake Thompson. This is an option. They'll get it to Thompson, looking for the edge. Run down by Jacob Mayer, out of bounds to the Governor's side. They'll give him about 5 ahead of the 45, spotted at the 47. 2nd down from there. Titans are taking their time. I think it's a good job by them to stay patient here. They're certainly not panicking at this juncture.
No, I think T might have got away with one there, too, on a block in the back on Sarda. Just turned his back at the right time. Obviously, refs seen that a little bit different there as well.
3rd down and 5. I said 2nd earlier. It's 3rd down from the far hash mark. Up the middle goes Van Tol up to the 50-yard line. Not quite a 1st down. Might be a yard, maybe 2 short. Sideline official after Jacob Mayer ending on the finishing, putting the finishing touch on this one. A 3-yard gain. It will be 4th down and 2. I'd say it's 4-down territory, but looks like the Titans will think that way too. And as we just talk about them not panicking, but certainly if they brought the punting unit out, you wouldn't say that's the case. But I think in this juncture here, it's a pretty good idea. 4th and 2, big play. Van Tol ducks, and the Governors will stand him up. Push him back. Deegan Huska. Chance Sarda. Jaden Wiebe, Jacob Mayer from the defensive backfield helping him out. They might have got a loss on that play. He gets no better than the line of scrimmage. The defense stands the ground, and the Governors will take over from midfield.
Kind of got chills a little bit after that one right there. I tell you what, that's what you look for out of a championship caliber football team right there.
That is a 4th down stand. I mean, every Governor swarming around number 28 right there. So Pierre now with an 8-point lead as 19 seconds are left to tick away here in the third quarter. Pierre has a golden opportunity now. If they score here, make it a 2-possession game. This ball game has a completely different look and feel. Kane will go 1st down up the middle. He'll be ankle tackled once again. Boy, Jet Zabel falls on the scrum. This will be the final play of the third period. Tackle made by Matt Halber on a 2-yard pickup into T area territory. 2nd down and 8 when we come back. Championship football is 3/4 of the way through, and on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard, it's the Governors leading the T area Titans by the score of 28-20. Scoreboard brought to you by Gales Gas Service in Pierre. Pierre Governor football brought to you in part all season long by your Pierre area sports sponsors, your Pierre sports marketing partners, including James River Broadcasting and DRG Media Group. That's us. We thank you for being here. Anderson Rumsa Dental, Capital City Campus, Kathy Sonnenschein Properties, First Dakota, National Bank, and Floss Dentistry, Guadalajara Mexican Restaurant, the Pierre Area Chamber of Commerce, and Pitts Design and Build. How about the South Dakota National Guard on this Veterans Day weekend as well? Wagner Auto, Pierre Sports Marketing Partners, Stolken Peterson, Lingo, Walti Jones, LLP, Pierre Area Dental Clinic, the Olinger Law Firm, Midco, Red Rosa, Maher Law Office, Iceberg Funeral Home, Delta Dental, Comtech, American Bank and Trust, and All Around Graphics, saying thank you to Pierre Sports Marketing Partners sponsoring Governor Football and Governor Sports all season long. Here in your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7, KGFX FM in Pierre, and we're live streaming at drgnews.com. Audio only, unfortunately, so if you're able to put it on South Dakota Public Broadcasting to watch, turn them down, turn up the radio. We certainly appreciate you for making us a part of your Saturday afternoon. It's not easy to play on a Saturday afternoon, but a lot of these players, especially those wearing green, might as well get used to it. They're going to be doing that for the next several years. So 12 minutes to go in the quest for 6. The Governors at 2nd down and 8, moving left to right. Standing at the T area 48-yard line. As Lincoln Keenholz will have an empty backfield. 3 receivers right, not all spread out so much. Keenholz here, and well, we might have a delay of game. Back judge throwing the flag. You kind of think, how can you have a delay of game after you just had a quarter break? But, hey, a lot of strange things can happen. Governors will be marked back 5 yards onto the Pierre side of the 50-yard line. That'll be the 5th penalty marked against the Govs. So, 2nd down and 13. Big drive for the Governors. You don't want any mistakes on this one in particular, but they'll have to clean up that one. Now the Govs, it seems like a little bit of disarray for who's supposed to be where on that offensive line. Now ready to go. Trips left. Keenholz looking in that direction. He'll throw long. He's got Kruger at the 20-yard line, and well defended. Nathan Babb just got a hand in there.
I thought a little early, but
that was single coverage. Kruger had a half a step, but Babb in good catch-up mode. David Burrow saw that a little bit. David?
Yeah, John, I think Babb got a hand on the ball before he hooked Kruger's waist. No call needed there.
Where's the homer when we need one?
Exactly.
That was the first play of the 4th quarter. Now a big one here. 3rd and 13 for the Governors. Keenholz will be flushed out. No, he's back in. Now he goes down. 3 Titans blow this play up. The first one was Matt Halber. Getting the sack will be 51, Reese Kirschenman. And a big loss on 3rd and 13. The Governors are going to have to punt, and the T area Titan defense steps it up for a loss of 15 on the play. 3rd time Keenholz has gone down. But that one, kind of a big one. You think about it, the T punt returners standing at their 30-yard line. Sounds a lot better if they'd be standing at their own 15. Keenholz on a high snap. Able to haul it in. Gets hang time here all the way to the 32. And the ball was muffed. We've got a battle for it down on the ground. Nathan Babb had it go through his hands. He may have gotten right back on it. But, boy, there were some Governors right there. And Babb comes up with it. Disaster averted for the Titans. Colby Carey for the Governors really gave him something to think about. But it'll be the Titans with the possession here. They'll have it at their own 32-yard line again. A one-possession game. The Governors were not able to advance on the scoreboard. They still lead 28-20. We'll see what the Titans have. Titans, like the Governors, really haven't played a lot of full fourth quarter games. Of course, they did on October 14th in Pierre. Slykaus takes the snap. Option pitch. Blake Thompson, right side. Check it. Keegan DeYoung. And he'll get dragged for a couple of yards ahead. Jaden Weeby got to him first. It looked like they'll spot him up to the 33. In fact, that's only a 1-yard gain.
Probably getting the quarterback a little bit too early there, but I mean, just a great job our secondary and just stringing that out and not giving him any room. I mean, if anything, you allow him to cut back, and we've got guys there, but just basically force him to the outside.
Far hash mark. Ethan McNelly goes wide side. Parker Mulder, who hasn't caught a pass yet, is wide to the left, near side. Chase Van Tol will exit stage left to the left side, out of the backfield too. Here's Blake Thompson. He was maybe looking to throw, but Chase Sarda will run him down. TFL, Chase Sarda back at the 30-yard line. It looked for a moment like Blake Thompson, if he happens to be a left-handed thrower, I thought he might be looking to throw that football. Loss of 3. Chase Sarda with the defensive speed, making a big play. Now 3rd and long for the Titans.
I love those Sarda kids, don't you?
Yes.
Man.
They're hard not to.
Yeah.
3rd and a dozen here. T area on the near hash mark. Now bunches up 3 receivers on the far hash mark. 1 receiver left. Shotgun snap. Slykaus rolls in the long side of the field way. Floats one out. It's overthrown, and it's intercepted. Deegan Huska from behind as Slykaus floated that one too tall for Blake Thompson. Just out across the 40-yard line. Thompson was right at the line to gain. Huska a couple of yards behind him. He picks him off. And the Governors, for the first time today, will turn away the T-Area Titans.
There's the stand we needed right there.
Interception thrown by Slykaus, their first turnover. Now the Governors have it for the second time here in the second half, starting the drive on the T-Area side of the 50. They're at the 43. 9.5 minutes to go. Keenholz, time to run to the 40. Oh, there's a flag thrown. He'll barrel ahead to the 30. Taken down by Blake Thompson, but a flag thrown early from the referee.
Holding. Offense, number 74. 10 yards from the previous spot.
Christian Bush, so a big gain here that could have been about 13 yards will be wiped away, and the Governors will back it up into their own side of the 50-yard line again.
Yeah, Chris, you just got to be on the line there. Just have one step on him. Again, just one of those situations. You got nothing else to do other than just to maybe tug at him a little bit, slow him down.
Christian Bush looked like he was getting some clarification there from the umpire, but that's not the guy that threw the flag. They'll start the clock up again, 9:20. Counting down. Governors 28, Titans 20. Here on a nice Saturday afternoon indoors at the University of South Dakota. Brian Oakland with John Calda and David Burrell. Heather Williams in studio running the show better than anybody can. Here's Keenholz getting out of there again. Throws against the grain and just throws it away over the top of Jack Merquan.
God, they had their guy, too, and Zabel just slipped coming out of the tight end position there. Trips on one side, or actually on this side, and they basically were trying to sneak him just, I think, in a little 5-yard curl or something across the middle again, and he just slipped.
Keenholz alert enough to keep that play alive. That was only a first down play, so second down and 20. Really like to see maybe one of those underneath Jet Zabel routes and let him spring it, break tackles along the way. Keenholz has to step up, but he's taken down by the ankles. And there's that guy, Matthew Halber, again causing problems in the Governor backfield. 5-yard loss on the fourth sack. David Burrell saw it on the side.
Well, and they're paying attention to Jack Merquan because he got blasted. There would have been interference had that ever been a pass play.
Maybe something to look forward or to look ahead to. We'll find out. But 3rd down and 20. Big play here for the Governors as they try to add to an 8-point lead. Ball at their own 42, and this will be a play that doesn't happen. Maybe one of the receivers here on the near side got an early start. It just doesn't get any easier for the Governors, as they'll be marked off 5 yards again.
False start. Offense, number 5. 5-yard penalty.
Guys are out on the far side, or on the near side, out wide. You know, and as David Burrows says, the T defense focusing on Jack Merkwan, but we haven't called Cade Kaiser's name yet for a reception today.
No, Lincoln hasn't had much time back there to really allow those routes to develop.
3rd and 25. He'll go long, looking to get it back to Merkwan, and Merkwan becomes the defender on an underthrown ball. Merkwan stopped, still 5 yards short of a would-be first down, but over on the far side, great job by Blake Thompson, and it's an incomplete pass and a punting situation.
Yeah, it looked like Link had one thing on his mind, and so did Jack. You know, basically Jack was kind of streaking downfield a bit more. I think Link was looking for him basically stop right at that first down marker.
Give Ethan Viss credit in coverage there. Keenholz will punt for the 4th time today. Snap. Makes him leave his feet, but he'll step into it. Good spiraling kick.
Good roll.
And this one will get a good, generous roll for the Governors all the way down inside the 15. Rolling to the 12, to the 11. Rawhide. Governors will get the Titans back deep in their own red zone. Say something. I'm doing some quick math here.
I'd say every game we go through, it's like second half, I just become so much in awe with how things are going.
52 yards. David Burrow, what do you got?
Well, all the little details. Nathan Nas was telling the guys as that punt was landing, don't touch it, leave it alone, let it roll as far as it can. Probably gained it 8 yards.
And you're gaining time off the clock as well when you do that. I know it's only talking seconds, but that's a big deal.
Titans have it at their own 11-yard line. First down. Here come the Governors. Slyhouse on the run. He'll go down back at the 2-yard line. Trey Lewis is there. E.J. Bucci, the sophomore linebacker, is in there too. A big loss back to the 2. It was Trey Lewis with a quarterback sack. That's the first by the Governors today. This one a loss of 9. 7:15 the clock runs. Titans, don't forget, they have made 3 big pass plays for touchdowns today. They've got a 68-yarder, a 59-yarder, and an 83-yarder, so they won't be phased. Spread formation, though, 2 receivers, both sides. Slackhouse back into the backfield. Bucci gives him a hit. This pass is picked off. Keenholz at the 23, heading the other direction. 10-5, touchdown. There is a flag on the field, though. Post-possession foul. The interception's going to stand. The Governors might have thrown a block in the back. Keenholz on the interception return. A.J. Bucci gave the rush, and I think Slyhouse heaved it a little too far in desperation. Lincoln Keenholz had fairly easy. Once he got to the far side, interception return. And the Governor defense coming off the field. Here's the call.
After the interception, block in the back. Defense, number 26. Be Pierre's ball. First down.
David Burrow on the side. Good look at that one.
Brian, I think that's the biggest difference that's helped here in the second half is the pressure they've been able to put on Slyhouse. There just wasn't much of that in the first half, but Slyhouse has been running for his life, it seemed, every time T-Area has had the ball in this half.
Well, and I tell you, on that play in particular, he's almost all the way back to the back end line of the goal line. He took a long time to get rid of that ball. E.J. Bucci was bearing down. So we'll have a timeout for the media on the field with 6:46 to play. Quarter number 3 at Coca-Cola breaking the action. Timeout's brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. We'll take a 60-second break. The Governors are in the red zone, taking over with a 28-20 lead. This is the 11AA Championship on River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the SDHSAA, are the 29,000 high school sports and performing arts students in South Dakota. And so, we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible. Because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
Back at the Dome, the press for 6 takes a major turn here. The Governors have a chance to break it open just a little bit, nearing the halfway point of quarter number 4. They lead 28-20. Keenholz with the interception. Now Keenholz with a run, following Jet Zabel in the fullback position inside the 15 down to about the 12. A pickup of 3, maybe 4. Looks like they'll move him up to the 11. To the 11. Governors, I imagine they may play this a little more conservatively than what Governor fans are used to. You certainly don't want to make a mistake. But keep in mind, even a field goal makes this a 2-possession game.
Just kill that clock, work on that clock, and I'd say just keep the ball on the ground as much as you possibly can. Obviously, we know Coach Steele enough. He's probably going to throw it out maybe once.
Oh, another great shooting tackle here by Jackson Smythe. This time, nope, it's 26 Halber. John Calder, you were very impressed with Matt Halber when the Titans came to Pierre. He's not disappointing.
No, not at all. He's playing phenomenal in position. He's just, he's quick to the ball. Great knack for just how the game's played.
Now 3rd and 6, a freeze play here. Keenholz collapse for the first time. The Titans don't jump. Now 3rd and 6. The line to gain is the 5-yard line, so there's plenty of space for a first down. 3 receivers to the right. Merkwan is the widest to the near side. You've got Kruger and Kaiser out there, too. Keenholz will run the other way. Zabel leading to the 10. 5. Touchdown! Lincoln Keenholz inside the pylon. 11 yards. No flags on the field, and the Governors lead 34-20. Lincoln Keenholz with his 5th touchdown of the day. 3 through the air. Now his 2nd on the ground. Best player ever.
Yeah, no doubt. Just been so much fun watching him play. Like I said, most of the time you just sit back, you're just in awe, and there's not much to say because the kid just does everything, and he does it right.
Now, Jet Zabel was leading. He got a good lead block, too, but the left side of the offensive line sealed off the edge as well. Ryland Derry for the PAT. It's up. It is good. And the Governors lead by 15. 35-20. 5:15 to play. Defense has some work to do when we come back after this 30-second timeout. You're listening to Pierre Governor Championship Football.
Flip your loan. Lower your payment with great rates from Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union. This is Jody. Now is the time to refinance your vehicle or a recreational vehicle with rates as low as 2.3%. Plus, no payments for 90 days and $75 cash after finalization. Come see us on North Garfield Avenue at Northridge Plaza. Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union. Member NCUA.
We're small enough to know your name, but we're big on you.
After a Lincoln Keenholz interception, 3 plays, 15 yards. It's Keenholz, the quarterback, who goes 11 yards. With a Ryland Dairy PAT, it's 35-20 Governors. David Burrell seeing things from the sideline. David.
Well, the one thing you really get to appreciate of many about Lincoln Keenholz when you see him up close is the big strides he has. Yeah, he got the one block, but he's taken yard and a half stride at a time. It's just hard to stop a guy like that.
He's an ostrich. That's what I keep saying. Bounce in the step, long strides, he glides in for 11 yards on that last one. Here's Derry taking Nathan Babb back to the 32-yard line, up the far side alley between the numbers and the hash mark across the 20-yard line. Stop him at the 23, and the Titans have some work to do. With 5 minutes and change, obviously quick strike offenses on both sides. The Titans have time. I don't think the Governors certainly want to give up big plays yet. That's a for certain. But they do have a bit of a cushion. 35-20 now. For the first time, one of these teams leads by 2 scores today.
Yeah, now we've got 4 guys, and we've got a good safety up over top on this side here. It's kind of what I expected towards the tail end.
Slykouse back to pass. Quarterback draw, slips out of a tackle. He'll be met by Deegan Huska across the 30. Gavin Stotts as well to the 32. It's a good gain on first down, a 9-yard pickup for Maddox Slykouse. And it just occurs to me, guys, that Gavin Stotts, we have not called his name very often today.
Been pretty effective all game. Just haven't had a chance to call his name very often.
1 to go on second down now. 3 receivers to the left. Quick hitter out near side. This is Thompson. He'll take it out of bounds on the near side across the 35 to the 40. And it'll be a first down for the Titans, David.
About Gavin Stotts is that he's so good at making open field tackles. Brian and John, maybe there haven't been that many opportunities for those open field plays today. That's maybe why you're not calling his name so much.
He's in on a lot of scrums, kind of leading the charge, but just kind of wonder if also the Titans have been focusing on the offensive line standpoint. And as John Caldes pointed out, Governors need to focus on 27 Jackson Smythe. I think that's the Titans' MO against Gavin Stotts as well. Here's a pitch out to DeYoung. Lewis gets him first. Titan defense wants Chance Sarda to be flagged, but you know what? On this side of the field, it's deceiving. You can't see the sideline, and they thought maybe he got hit late out of bounds. Not the case. That's a short gain for Keegan DeYoung. In fact, that's a no gain for Keegan DeYoung.
Just a good continuation of the play there. Just, again, forcing him out and did exactly what he's been taught to do.
DeYoung has been bottled up all game long. Now 4:28 to go. Slykouse back to pass. 2nd and 10. Gets hit as he throws. Got hit low, in fact. Nice receive. Out on the far side, Deegan Huska in coverage, but this is Chase Van Tol, and as they go out of bounds, Nathan Nas had to jump high. And, of course, the assistant coach for the Governors, 15 yards on a long throw. Good pass play, though, to Van Tol, and it's onto the Governor's side of the field. Van Tol's 3rd catch of the day. Fresh set of downs, and the clock stops at 4:22. Slykouse on first down through the hands of Van Tol here. Hit immediately by Chase Sarda. Chase wanted to help him up. Van Tol's taking his time. So it'll be 2nd down and 10. Now, the Governors want the clock to run as much as possible, but now you've had a run out of bounds or a play out of bounds, now an incomplete pass, but they'll give up the down there. 2nd down and 10 still. Clock at 4:18. Again, the Governors leading 35-20 in the quest for 6 here at the Dome. 2nd down and 10, far hash mark. Still 3 receivers left. T-area really having to pass a lot more than they're used to. They may have expected that. Roll right. Here comes Sarda. Chance Sarda with an ankle tackle and a quarterback sack. Back at the Titan 46-yard line, and the clock will move to make it 3rd and long. Loss of 9. 2nd sack here in the 2nd half by the Governors of Maddox Slykouse. 3rd down and about 20 to go. 19 to be a little more exact. 2 receivers, both sides, far hash mark, Slykouse, nowhere to go. Bucci closes off this side. He's still on his feet, still in the pocket. Now Bucci hits him, but the pass gets away. Keenholz cuts in front of it and knocks it down at the 30-yard line.
God, that play took a long time to develop, but man, give Bucci a lot of credit there for shedding off his block not once but twice. and then just running that quarterback down. Holy smokes.
And that pass was going to be completed, but there's the long strides of Lincoln Keenholz, who got in there, got a left hand up, knocks it down. The Titans have no choice but to go for it on 4th and 19 from their own 46-yard line. 3:32 to play, 35-20, the Governors leading. Governors will certainly be in the driver's seat if they make a stop here. 5 receivers, and we've got a delay of game. Flag thrown by the back judge.
Delay of game on the offense. 5 yards. 4th down.
Penalty marked off against the Titans. This one makes 4th and 19. Instead, it's 4th and 24. 3:32 is mentioned to go. Just looking at official stats, 379 to 314 in favor of the Governors in this one. 5 wide. Blake Thompson will come from the right side. They'll hand off to him. He throws back, and it's intercepted by Emmett Anderson.
Oh, give some love to the lineman.
The Titans had to go with a gimmick play, and Emmett Anderson sees it coming all the way. They wanted to go back to Slykehouse on a redirect. Blake Thompson picked off by Emmett Anderson, and the Governors, even though the Titans have 3 timeouts, the Governors will take over once again in T-area territory.
I got to imagine the only regret that Emmett Anderson has there is he didn't get a chance to take it to the house after making that big play. Oh, that's awesome.
I'm just thinking Emmett Anderson, EA, and all of a sudden I'm thinking EA Sports right there. 1st and 10 at the Titans 37-yard line. Keenholz will keep it on the ground for sure, as he'll just run right into the pile. Get a couple to the 35 of the Titans. Will have to use their timeouts starting right now. 1st of 3, a Coca-Cola break in the action. Timeouts brought to you. No, they're not. Actually, clock's still running. Steve Steele had to backpedal back off the field. Well, timeouts are brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling. And here, if you're wondering about that, down to the 3-minute mark. 2nd down and 8. Interesting decision here by T-area. The Governors will milk the play clock for all it's worth here. That's something I didn't see Del Rapids doing last night. I was a little disappointed in that regard watching that game. Keenholz runs into the backside of his blocker over on the left side, and now the clock will stop with a timeout. A loss of 1 here for Lincoln Keenholz. Now let's take a 30-second timeout in the name of Coca-Cola Bottling. You're listening to the Governors in the championship game, leading by 15.
Wagner Auto Company, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer in Pierre, is your transportation headquarters in central South Dakota. With a great selection of new Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, and Jeep vehicles, and a large selection of quality pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. View their entire inventory at WagnerAuto.com. Experience the Wagner Auto difference for yourself by letting them help you with your next set of wheels. Wagner Auto Company in Pierre.
9. Governors have it at the T-area 36-yard line. Guys, I tell you what, 3rd and 6, you want to be conservative. You certainly don't want to do anything stupid, but you definitely want to move the chains if you can. What's it going to take?
Yeah, at this point in time, I think they're going to stick with what they're doing, to be quite honest. I still feel it's just going to probably be a Lincoln Keenholz run and just take that chance. The defense that comes back and does what they've done pretty strong here in this 4th quarter.
Well, and they'll go for it. If they're out of field goal range, definitely going to go for it on 4th down here. But very interesting T-area not taking the timeout on that 1st down run, though. Here we go again. Now, 2:38 to play. 3rd down and 9. The Governors on the far side of the far hash mark, that is. Jack Merkwan in the slot and got a receiver wide. Jaden Wiebe is into the backfield on the wing to the right side with Jet Zabel leading as a fullback. Those are your lead blockers. Keenholz had to get away from one. He's got the 35. 30 as Blake Thompson and some help will bring him down. Jackson Smythe getting to him inside the 30 to the 28. Titans will call their 2nd timeout. Still short of a 1st down, but this is a lot better than 3rd and 9. I'm sure the Governors will take 4th and 2. Another timeout here. Coca-Cola breaking the action. Let's take another 30-second break. It's 35-20. The Governors trying to salt it away when we come back. This is Governor Championship Football.
Hey, it's the old top Gator here with Gators Pizza Pasta Subs in the Northridge Plaza. Ready for something new and out of the normal pizza world? Pop on out and try Gator's new Peachy Serrano Chicken Pizza, an aromatic bouquet of sweet peaches, an amazing flavorful spicy Serrano chili sauce, accompanied with our seasoned chicken, real mozzarella and cheddar cheese. The spice level is about an 8 out of 10 on this item. Gators has dine-in, carry-out, or curbside pickup, or delivery through DoorDash. Gators Pizza Pasta Subs in the Northridge Plaza.
Gotta go to Gators Pizza Pasta Subs.
Back out of that Coca-Cola timeout. David Burrow, clock management. The Governors do it quite well, huh?
Pierre, I think, is the last team you'd want to play in this sort of situation. When they have the ball and a 2-score lead, they know how many timeouts the other guys have left. They all know how much time they can take off the clock. They do this better than about anybody you'll see in high school football.
I'll tell you what, 4th down and 1. I've talked with Coach Steele about football IQ. We've talked about that, John Call. The football IQ on this team is off the charts, in my opinion. Near hash mark. Freeze play, the Titans jump. 1st down, Governors. Encroachment. Now Steve Steele selling the crowd to get it up. The volume level
Defense.
has been elevated.
5 yards. Results. The 1st down.
Here we'll have it 1st and 10 at the 23-yard line. Titans are out of timeouts. The Governors can essentially just kneel on it now. The quest for 6 is 2.5 minutes away from becoming a reality. Lincoln Keenholz, who has never taken a snap under center in his life, may give up some yardage here.
Yeah.
Nope, well, he'll go for it. Left side, they do have to move the football a little bit. Keenholz goes to the 20, to the 15. Close to a 1st down. You know, and if you want to cement your legacy, it wouldn't hurt to have one more trip to the end zone.
Let's put it in there.
Inside the 15 down to the 13. That'll be a 9.5-yard gain. They call it a 9-yard pickup. Under 2 minutes to play. Merkwan and Kaiser will head out wide. We'll have a very long post game coming up. Plenty to talk about. Full recap, all the stats. And they will have all the festivities on the field as Keenholz dives. Matt Halber's still fired up, making an ankle tackle, even though Keenholz does dive ahead for the 1st down. They'll spot him to the 12 and a pickup of 2. Matt Halber, a 195-pound senior. T-area has a lot of seniors playing their final game. The Governors have a lot of seniors playing their final game, and something maybe we can talk about in the post game is what we expect next year from 11AA. There's going to be an awful lot of parity, it would seem. Jaden Weeby will be the deep man in victory formation. The Governors counting it down. Keenholz with a shotgun snap. Kneels on it, back at the 17. A loss of 5. 60 seconds to go. Boy, this was not easy. 35-20. Going to be your final score. It was 35-30 a month ago. 45 seconds to play. 13 seconds on the play clock, so they'll wind that one down, and it'll only take one more snap of the football, and for the 6th time in a row, and for the 8th time overall, the Pierre Governors. 7th time overall. The Governors are your state 11AA champions. A record-tying 6 in a row. Your final score on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. The Governors defeat T-Area by the score of 35-20. Hugs all around. Coach Steve Steele and Lincoln Keenholz in an embrace right there. Boy, hard to see this run come to an end with the senior class. Those that are coming back next year will have a lot to say, but and that'll be fun to watch. But the Governors are champions once again. The perfect season, 12-0 for the Governors for the first time since that record-setting year 3 years ago. Hales Gas Service use their budget plan and keep full service. They defeat to stay warm all season long. Hales Gas Service in Pierre. Governors defeat the T-Area Titans 35-20. Our Family Dental postgame comes up after a 3-minute timeout. Family Dental with offices in Pierre and in Gettysburg. And again, plenty to talk about, including your player of the game, your big plays of the game, the full recap. They'll have the festivities for the Activities Association Awards for top back, top lineman, and most valuable player all coming up as well as you listen to Pierre Governor. Championship football 6 times over. Your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7. Live streaming with the audio, drgnews.com.
The team at Family Dental in Pierre and Gettysburg are devoted to spending time with each patient to answer all questions and address any concerns that arise. Family Dental wants all their current and future patients to feel welcome and comfortable and to have the healthiest, best-looking smile possible. They can take care of all your family's dental needs with cleanings, checkups, implants, in-day crowns, and many other dental services. Dr. Ryan Jensen welcomes new patients. Family Dental in Pierre and Gettysburg, caring for all your family's dental needs.
Beck Motor Company is thankful for their customers. With your vehicle purchase in November, enjoy a coupon for a delicious Perkins pie for your holiday gatherings. New vehicles are arriving daily, and our pre-owned selection has never been better. Needing cash for the holidays? Stop in for a no-obligation appraisal anytime. See us at beck-motors.com, 605-224-5912. Beck Motor Company, Pierre.
You know that feeling? The feeling that things couldn't get any better? It's you at your best. Being your best means owning your health. It means not only meeting your goals, but crushing them, then setting new ones. Partner with an Avera primary care provider. We are right here to help you create health goals so you can feel your best and move forward to your healthiest self. Learn more at avera.org/checkup. Avera, moving health forward.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Do you love watching high school sports but find yourself wanting to be more involved? Live Ticket TV has the solution for you. They're looking for production managers to assist for this school year. Duties include the management of equipment as well as basic technological understanding. But don't stress. Paid training will be provided. Part-time wages start at $20 per hour. Call 833-605-LIVE, extension 2. That's 833-605-5483, extension 2. And punch your ticket to joining one of the fastest growing companies in South Dakota.
There's an app for everything, including high school sports from the stations of DRG Media Group. Download the DRG News app brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino from the App Store or Google Play. It only takes a moment, so you'll have it to replay this game. See live and archived video of all games. And when you select your favorite station during the live stream, the video will immediately pop up. See Central South Dakota high school sports on your phone or mobile device with the DRG News app brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino. Download it now at the App Store or Google Play.
Welcome back to the Dakota Dome. Gavin Stotts has been announced as the the outstanding lineman in this game, and he's playing offensive line in this case as awards are continuing to be announced. Now the outstanding back, Jack Merkwan, the outstanding back in this game. A record-setting 233 yards on 8 catches in this game. The Governors defeating T-Area 35-20 for their 6th straight state championship and their 7th overall, all of those in the last 10 years. And then, of course, the Joe Robbie MVP award will come up, and there's no doubt who that's going to go to. But we'll make it a formality here. See if you can hear that with our ambient mic.
21 yards, 2 touchdowns, 14 of 28 passing, 274 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, 1 pass breakup, and 4 punts.
Just keep going with them.
Keep going.
His third straight, Joe Robbie, most valuable.
Lincoln Keno's third in a row. MVP. He is what Ricky Henderson is to base stealing. He is what Muhammad Ali is to boxing. He is. Hard to argue. The greatest of all time. Lincoln Keno's the Joe Robbie MVP. We'll try to get those stats back once again. And now they've got the runner-up trophy that they'll give to the T-Titans, the 6th straight state championship. Hey, Brian Mosier, need a bigger trophy case for football for the Pierre Governors. Governors win 35-20. Brian Oakland with John Calda and David Burrow welcoming you back to the Dakota Dome and to our Family Dental post-game show. T-Area, another great season. And let's start by talking about the Titans, John Calda. Last year, they were the undefeated team. They were the #1 seed. They didn't play the Governors in the regular season, not that that mattered at all. Of course, the Governors came from behind and win it on the last second. That was a great, great matchup. And I think on paper, you knew with all of the Governors that were coming back in this game and all of the Titans that were lost to graduation from a year ago, including their quarterback, including a great, great receiver. They did have Chase Van Tol and some great players coming back. I think it was an easy preseason ranking for those who talk about those things. The Governors were unanimous. Preseason #1, they were #1 unanimously, I think, all season long. And they're the Governors of being announced, and the seniors will head out and get their hands on that trophy. But I cannot say enough about what T-Area had this season and the quality of play that they had in comparison to what we expected from the Governors all year.
Yeah, I mean, to be biased, you want to call it that, I mean, arguably throughout the whole year, people felt that Pierre was, if not obviously the best team in AA, the best team in the state. And I don't know if there's a lot of people that thought a team would come close to us in this year. And then for the 2 games they played, I mean, they got a good thing going right now in that AA system in T right now, and just developing players and getting to where they need to be.
And that's what a lot of people, every AA school wants to be where these 2 schools are right now, Pierre and T-Area. The Titans are in the Dome for the 5th time in the last 7 years. You can't say enough about that track record as they fall to 2-3 for what it's worth. Of course, 2 of those losses last year to the Governors and this year to the Governors, 35-20. But I still think with everybody that's gone from both of these teams next year, I think that the team that you look at Yankton last week, they're losing a great group of seniors in addition to both of these teams. Aberdeen Central loses a great running back and some really good players, both offense and defense. And, the Governors have a coaching staff. The Titans have a pretty good coaching staff. Not that anybody else doesn't, but I think both of these teams will still be comfortable where they're at coming into next year.
Yeah, I if I had to guess and I had to put a bet on it next year, I would guess we're going to see the same 2 teams. I mean, that's just kind of where I'm at. Obviously, you got some other programs coming in like Aberdeen and Watertown that obviously could, with the bigger school systems and stuff like that, could obviously make a dent in it. But these 2 programs just got to go in the right direction.
Yeah, teams are trying to build their programs now. In fact, I'll tell you what, just off the top of my head, maybe one of the best players coming back next year in 11AA might be Juven Hudson of Watertown, and they've got a young quarterback who will be back next year too. So that's a lot to talk about for another time, I guess. But here in the post game, boy, there's a sea of green down there in front of that goalpost as the Governors are getting their championship pictures, the team pick. And the one guy that stands out is the guy in the blaze orange ball cap. It is November in South Dakota. There's the noise as they'll break away. Of course, we'll have post-game interviews coming up. Steve Steele will have to talk to the media. And David Burrell will be on the field to get Coach Steele. Maybe a couple of other coaches. Certainly we'll try to get some player interviews as well. Let's run down the recap of how it all happened. The Governors struck first, even though they lost a fumble. Keno's lost a fumble on the Governors' first drive of the game, but after a 3-and-out, the Governors go up top as Lincoln Keno's to Jack Merkwan for a 11 AA record-setting 92-yard touchdown. That made it 7-0. The Governors got a defensive stop, and on their next possession, Keno's was intercepted on a floating pass that Chase Fantole, I believe it was, picked off, and the Titans turn around and turn a 53-yard drive into 3 plays and a 59-yard touchdown after a penalty from Maddox Slykouse to Wyatt Stuntback, his only catch of the game, his only catch in 2 games against the Governors. Chase Fantole made it 7-7. At the 134 mark, we have a coach interview. Steve Steele is with David Burrell. Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Brian. Congratulations. This is something.
Yeah, this is a great feeling. You know, it's special once, even special when you get to 6. They're all great. It never gets old, and just happy for these kids.
Well, let's talk about the first half. You tried to hit him with big plays early. I thought T-Area adjusted really well defensively after that.
Yeah, they did a great job. I mean, you know, they made this a game where they really took the run away in the first half. We had to just kind of take those one-on-ones and hope our guys made plays. Jack had a special day, made some amazing plays out there. And then, you know, that kind of got them back to having to back off a little bit, and then we were able to run after that.
Well, that's one of those guys I know you just have to feel thrilled for in Jack, because it's kind of been an up and down year. He's been a little ill lately, but boy, he showed what he can do today.
Yeah, you know, you always want your seniors to go out playing a great game. You know, more than anything, you want to win, but you want them to play a great game in their last game, and he definitely did that.
Speaking of that, the guy that just walked behind us, and we'll talk to it a little bit, you said it pretty succinctly. Lincoln Keno's is the best player on the field.
Yes, he is. He's definitely the best player on the field. He's been that way every game this year, last year, and it's just so much fun. You know, it was great to get to coach him for as long as we have and have him as a part of our program. And, you know, gosh, it's going to be so much fun to see what that kid does at the next level.
Certainly is. How about your defense? Deacon Huska makes a couple of really big plays for you. The 4th down stop, and then after that, one of those interceptions.
Yeah, I mean, the defense showed up in such a huge way today. I mean, you know, they came out and they took away T's game. You know, they didn't let him run the ball. We made them throw to beat us because we didn't think they could if they had to throw, and we were right.
I was saying on the air, talk about them not running the ball. That first drive they have in the second half, I thought was going to be so important for them, and you guys stopped it.
Yeah, our defense showed up really well that second half. I mean, that was about as good a second half or good a half as I've seen out of our defense all season, especially once it got time for desperation, and you just knew that, you know, you had to be ready for everything.
Maybe with a little more time, there can be more perspective on this, but the record you've tied here today, I have a friend who says it's hard to win. John, he's talking about games, and here you are winning 6 championships in a row. What does this mean to you?
It's a cool thing. You know, it's a cool thing for Pierre. I mean, what a turnout here. I mean, this was the Green Wave was here in full force today. Really appreciate all that support. But, you know, it's so cool for these kids. You know, it's really awesome for all these kids to get to experience this year in and year out. And like you said, maybe when we look back here in a few weeks, we'll feel a little differently.
And awesome for you and your staff for what you've done against Steve Steele. Congratulations.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Brian, I'll let you finish up what you need to do, and then we'll come back down here for more interviews.
All right, thanks, David. And certainly winning breeds winning, and Steve Steele and the Pierre Governors are 6 times over. Once again, state champions here, 35-20 over T-Area. Again, first quarter touchdowns, Keno's to Merkwan, 92 yards. T-Area counters, Slykouse to Stuntback for 59 yards. After 4 punts in a row, the Governors strike for the second time with a 75-yard touchdown from Lincoln Keno's to Jack Merkwan. Merkwan almost had a Leon Lett moment in that one toward the end, but he stayed on his feet, and he gets the touchdown, his second of the game. And for Merkwan, who had been a little bit quiet, I think, in his previous 2 state championship games, he may have had a touchdown in that one 2 years ago, but really, as David Burrell and Coach Steele talked about Jack Merkwan in particular, really proud of the effort that Jack Merkwan put on the field here today. That one made it 14-7 with 6.5 to go, but the Titans come right back, and they get a one-play scoring drive. That's things that the Governors are used to doing, but 83 yards from my Maddox Slykouse to Chase Vantole. Vantole running for his life away from Governor defenders for 83 yards, though, misses the PAT, and that made it 14-13 with 6:08 to play. Turns out that's how the first half ended, despite a 13-play drive by the Governors that ended on downs at the T-area 17-yard line in the final half minute of the first half. So the Titans stand their ground, and then they come back. They get the opening drive of the second half. They did pick up a first down on 2 plays, but a 3-and-out from there, as David alluded to with Coach Steele, a big stop for the Governors to keep it at 14-13, and then Pierre, after a good punt return for Trey Lewis to the T-area 46-yard line, he got hit out of bounds, so an unnecessary roughness penalty tacked on 15 more, and the Governors started at the T-area 31-yard line. 4 plays later, actually 2 plays later, Lincoln Keenholz goes on a 17-yard run down to the 3, and then another 2 plays later with the Governors keying in on Keenholz. He rolls out to the right and shovels a 2-yard touchdown as the Governors led 21-13. David Burrell has more interviews, and we'll pick up where we left off, but he's got the great one, Lincoln Keenholz, now.
Thank you, Brian. Great way to describe him, Lincoln. How do you put this into words?
You really can't. I think it's just an experience that you have to be here. Fans, I think a player too. It's just a great experience.
How about the way you started the game? You were going for big plays. I was talking with Coach Steele about it. The T-area made a really good adjustment on you defensively after that.
They did, yep. You have to give credit to their defense because they really played us pretty straight up and pretty well. So you have to give them credit there. But I think that we have the guys to shut teams down like that.
You knew you'd be playing defense, a lot of defense today, and you come up with the interception. You come up with another big bat down. You were ready for that, I know.
Yes, I was. Yep. I was just ready all week for to play defense too. So because I know that I can go out there and make a play.
Some people may get tired of hearing us talk about you all the time, but I'll let you give credit. You couldn't run, and for that matter, you couldn't throw the passes to Jack. You couldn't do anything else without the guys in front of you. All 3 of these years you've played, you've been behind unbelievable offensive lines.
Yes, for sure. And you have to credit all my success to them because without them, I wouldn't be breaking records. I wouldn't be passing the ball even. So I think it's just huge.
Well, I'm sure you'll have a lot to contemplate, maybe not now, but later, especially when you're playing at the next level to be a part of all this success. This is something for all of you guys. You've never known anything but winning state championships. That's such a fortunate thing.
Yes, it is. And our coaches put us in the positions to do that too. And I think that from there, I think everyone kind of buys into just football because our coaches are just so chill with everything. I think they're there for when we need when we need questions or for when we need them, and we have questions to ask them. So
I know that Lincoln Keenholz, not too long, probably in between these seasons, we'll have him as a subject of our Players Perspective podcast. And we've got basketball season to go, but I want to say it has been an absolute privilege watching you play football for 3 years. Congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Lincoln. And we'll visit again with Lincoln very soon. Brian, stay with me down here because I want to get Jack Merkwan on here because you have talked about the big day that Jack has had. Today's in the middle of another interview right now, but this was an all-time record for Jack today. As you mentioned, the most yards for any receiver in any classification in a state championship game. As we mentioned, for Jack, it's been an interesting year. He's had to deal with a little bit of illness and a few other things that he's had to put up with too. Let's just join in and we'll pick it up here. And in fact, we can pick it up. Jack, congratulations, buddy. We're live on the air on River 92.7. A record for any championship game. And this has got to be satisfying because in some ways this has been kind of a tough season for you.
Yeah, I mean, the last game in Green, I wanted to, do something special, do something special for the fans, for the people I'm around. I had no idea. I didn't even think about what the record was. Didn't even think about that. I was actually talking to Jay Sandera from Midco, and he told me that in like the early third quarter. I was like, dang, that's kind of cool. Thanks for telling me that. But I made sure that didn't get to my head. I needed to keep going, keep pushing. I mean, the game wasn't over. At the end, it's all about the win. So
Well, blame Jason Andera. I wasn't about to tell you that because you're in the middle of a football game. But hey, that's okay. You got through that. Now the big play you hit early, the one to you especially, it seemed like was that the plan from the start to try to hit these guys with big plays?
No, so it actually wasn't. I mean, last game we played, there was a high safety over top of me, cornerback, so I really wasn't getting much action. As soon as we came out here and saw that there was no safety, I went up to Link and kind of just told him what we were seeing, and I knew he'd get the ball in my hands if I was open. So I just talked to Steele, and then Steele's called a great play, and we made it work.
Yeah, you've set a point that Coach Calda kept making. He saw that there wasn't a safety out there, so that takes recognition by coaches and you guys.
Oh yeah. I mean, not seeing that safety is huge. It's a complete change of a plan when you don't see a high safety over you like that. And I mean, they're a great team. They caused a lot of turnovers early on. And I mean, they're just a great team. But when we saw one-on-one matchups, that's kind of, we have been talking about one-on-one matchups. I mean, you need to score if you get that one-on-one matchup. And that's what Steele's going for. I mean, we're not going for first downs. We're going for touchdowns. So we just had to stick to that.
Yeah, remind Brian Oakland of that. That last time he had the ball, he said, yeah, they can still kick a field goal. And I wanted to say, Brian, these guys aren't thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, Steele, I mean, he's just best around. We trust every call he makes. I mean, it's amazing playing for Steele, all our coaches.
I don't want to give Brian too hard a time because he brought up a good point, and it's about all of you seniors. And you guys have been playing football together since the third grade in a lot of cases. And I know it's easy to think back on that with a lot of emotion and a lot of pride today.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of one of the things that's, kept us going. We have that chemistry from being young, growing up, playing football, playing basketball, baseball. I mean, just everything. I mean, we do it for each other. We've been growing up. We all want moments like this, live for moments like these. And I mean, it comes down to it in the bright lights with all the eyes on you. I mean, we trust each other. And I think that's the most important thing. That's the best part about our team. We trust everyone to do their job.
And now you got me more stories to exchange with your dad.
Yeah. Yeah. Like my dad was saying, when he played here, he scored in that end zone too. So it's always cool. He always brings that up, and yeah, it's funny. I bet he tells a lot of people that.
Jack Merkwan, what a way for his final Governor football game. See you in basketball. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Jack Merkwan, who again sets a record today for any classification, and I want to find if Deegan Huska can come over here. Deegan, we're live on the air on River 92.7. Congratulations. Wow, what a way to go out.
Yeah, it was a great way to go out with the teammates. Love every single one of them. Great way.
And you came up with a couple of the big defensive plays. The fourth down stop, which I thought was the biggest play of this game, and then an interception on that fourth down stop where you stopped and you guys got the ball back early in the fourth quarter. You had a pretty good idea what they were going to do there?
Yeah, watching film over the last week, we knew that our heavy set was more likely going to be a run. So, and then I saw the guards pull and just went and made a play.
You guys kept making the plays, and that's the thing. We've talked about Gavin so much this year, and he's made a lot of tackles, but you certainly have made your share, but it's like everybody else on this team. You guys seem to deflect all the credit among everyone.
Yeah, we were definitely a team defense. Just love every single one of them, and it's finally great to finally get a pick at the end of the year. They've been waiting, one of the only ones to get a pick.
About to say, they've been wondering about that for weeks, and I thought, I bet he wants one. You're right.
Yeah, I really wanted that one. That's for dang sure.
Well, I've been talking about it with Jack and with Lincoln. For you seniors, you're so fortunate that you've never known anything but winning state championships. How fortunate you all are.
Yeah, it's very fortunate indeed. And that just shows how great our class is, with more likely all of us, like 8 of us, going to play the next level. So we have a very good class, and it was awesome to be a part of that.
Deegan Huska, part of the big defensive effort for the Pierre Governors this afternoon. Congratulations, Deegan. Thank you. Brian, let's send it back up to you. We'll see if we can find some more in a little bit.
Thank you, David. And like Deegan Huska said, 8 people playing at the next level. And here we play on a Saturday afternoon. We mentioned to John Calder earlier, you might as well get used to it because there are some college players will be moving on. We're still in the middle of our recap. Once again, second half, once it was 14-13, the Governors start the scoring after, again, the Trey Lewis punt return plus the unnecessary roughness penalty. The Governors get 4 plays and 31 yards. Lincoln Keenels with that shovel pass to Brock Mosier, who beat 2 defenders and carried them to the pylon for the 2-yard touchdown. Derry's PAT made it 21-13, that at the 7:13 mark of the third quarter. But again, the Titans come right back from their own 31, only 3 plays. Another long touchdown pass, Maddox Slykows to Chase Van Tol, who goes 68 yards for the score. Van Tol not winded enough to miss a PAT this time. He gets it through to make it a 1-point game again, 21-20. That was 6:16 to go in the third quarter. The Governors, though, come right back on an 8-play, 80-yard drive, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Lincoln Keenels from 4 yards out on the ground makes it 28-20 with 2:31 to play, and that stayed that way for a while. The Titans really clamped down on the defense. They forced a couple of punts, but in between, also some of the interceptions that the Governors had, as Deegan Huska picked one off, and Lincoln Keenholz as well. David Burrell has another player on the field. Gavin Stotts, the outstanding lineman in this game, David.
Brian, that's exactly right. And a nice award for Gavin, who he can certainly play line, but it was a necessity here in these last few weeks with the injury to Matthew Coverdale, but you came through.
Yeah, I just want to thank all my teammates for helping me out, making sure I'm knowing all the plays. And then we're just out there getting after it. They make me look good.
That's a good point you make about having to adjust and making sure, because it's not just, I got to block this guy in front of you. You got to know where the play's going, and because there are nuances in that with all the plays you have in that playbook, right?
Absolutely. We run a lot of different stuff, and I just can't thank these guys enough for making sure I'm knowing where I'm going, and then we just got it done tonight.
Well, you did. Now the guys saying, gee, we haven't called Gavin's name so much. They certainly did a lot of this season. They call the middle back or the quarterback of the defense in every defense. But what about the play you had at linebacker this season?
It's just great. My D-line was playing great all season, keeping me free, and I was just filling, making plays for my team, just going out there and having fun.
I noticed them a couple of times today. They had linemen coming back and blocking you, so they certainly knew about you and what you'd done.
Yeah, they were getting after me tonight a little bit. There's a few plays where I was getting double teamed, but that just leaves my D-line free, and they're able to make plays and stuff them for no gain.
You've played football with these same group of fellow seniors of yours for a long, long time, so it's a wonderful way. Kind of bittersweet, too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great moment. I'll cherish this forever. All these guys are my family, and I can't thank them enough for everything that they've done for me.
Gavin Stotts, most outstanding lineman, as well as a fantastic year linebacker. Congratulations, Gavin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, back up to you for the moment.
All right, thanks, David. Gavin Stotts, the leader of that defense and tackling leader of this team, and again, named as the outstanding lineman in this game, as once again, Jack Merkwan was the outstanding back, and for the third time in a row, Lincoln Keenels, the outstanding Joe Robbie MVP. We were talking about those interceptions in between the last 2 touchdowns by the Governors, one by Deegan Huska, who had a chat with David Burrell, and the other one by Lincoln Keenels. The second one by Keenels, which he returned for a would-be 23-yard touchdown interception return, but due to a penalty that was called back to the 15-yard line. But Keenels on 3 run plays, the last one from 11 yards out is the one that put the nail into the coffin as the Governors went up 35-20 with 5:15 to play. Titans were on the move, though, in the next possession after a couple of first downs, but the Governors got him into a 4th and long. Titans had advanced to the Pierre 45, but after a quarterback sack and then a 5-yard delay of game penalty on 4th down, they tried a gimmick play where they sent Blake Thompson out to the left side. He tried to throw back across the field to Maddox Slykows, but Emmett Anderson off the defensive line saw it coming. The D lineman gets an interception, the 3rd pick in a row by the Governors defensively, and there is your final nail into the coffin. The Governors did have to deal with T's 3 timeouts, but more running by Lincoln Keenels to pick up the 1 first down that they needed. Actually, they got 2, but the final kneel downs for the Governors sealed it at 35-20 in this game. David Burrell will try to get more interviews a little bit later on, but the Governors still lining up for some pictures. A lot of fans still in the stands across the way. Tell you what, let's send it back to studio. Let's take a 2-minute timeout. We're in our Family Dental postgame. We'll give you the official stats in this one. And for our own orders of business, we still have big plays of the game and your player of the game to announce when we return with more of the Family Dental postgame. The Governors are 6-time champions now. You're listening to Governor Championship Football.
Driven by the Office of Highway Safety. River 92.7, KGFX FM, Pierre. Leave sooner, drive slower, live longer.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Dakota Storm Roofing is a locally owned roofing company in Pierre, specializing in both residential and commercial roofing services. They can handle your asphalt shingle, metal roofing, and flat roof needs. New construction, plus all types of roof repairs. They can handle the finishing touches, adding fascia, soffit, and gutters too. No job is too big or too small. For a free estimate, call Dakota Storm Roofing at 280-9794. Go to dakotastormroofing.com or find them on Facebook or Instagram.
Have you found yourself worrying about inflation and market volatility? Considering what should I do? Can I do anything? Am I going to be okay? The Ranky Gray team has been coaching their clients through these tumultuous times for over 35 years. Let us discover what easy, time-tested adjustments can be made for you. For a free second opinion, our team can be reached at 605-224-5959. Let's start today.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC. A registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Ranky Gray Wealth Management are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Push it, pull it, drag it, haul it, tow it. Just get it to Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre. Right now, your trade is worth at least $3,000. If it's got a VIN number and on 4 wheels, we'll give you $3,000 for it when you trade in at Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre. Don't wait. This special won't last long. Get $3,000 when you trade at Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota, 518 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Call 605-224-7378 and visit CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Some restrictions apply. Limited one trade per deal. Minimum purchase $10,000. See dealer for details.
Family Dental postgame continues from the Dakota Dome 6 times over. The Pierre Governors tying a record set by the West Central Trojans from 25 years ago, something in there where they won 6 straight. In fact, they won 9 out of 10 at one juncture. The Governors have won 7 out of 10 as that's not so bad either here, 35-20, defeating the T-Area Titans. Brian Oakland here, continuing the postgame, taking a look at the official stats in this one. The Governors in, let's see if we can find total yards, but Pierre, we'll start with the rushing yards, 115 for the Governors on 35 attempts to 66 for T-Area. 32 rushing attempts for T-Area, 66 yards. They're only getting 2 yards a carry on average. Passing yards as Lincoln Kenols throws 14 of 28 for let's get on the right page here, Brian. Actually, it was 248 net passing yards on heck, I can't read these stats. I'm used to my own stuff, to be honest with you. Lincoln Kenols for 200 and I should have done the stats. I've got more work to do, folks, but I tell you what, the passing stats, there it is. Lincoln Kenols, 14 of 28, 274 yards in this one, 3 touchdowns, 92 yards to Jack Merkwan, 75 yards to Jack Merkwan, and the 2-yard shovel pass to Brock Mosier. Kenols also runs 32 times for 121 yards and scores 2 times. He had a 4-yarder and then the 11-yarder, the last 2 touchdowns in this game. Rushing yards for T-Area as Blake Thompson will lead the way, 9 carries for 52 yards. Chase Van Tol, 10 carries, 22 yards. That is a great job by the Governor defense to put a hog tie on these great runners by T-Area. Keegan DeYoung in particular, 6 carries, a loss of 1 yard net. Maddox Slykouse, 7 keeps for a loss of 7 yards all told. Slykouse through the air completes 6 passes of 14 for 248 yards, still at 40-yard average, but he is picked off twice And he does throw three long touchdowns, 83 yards and 68 yards to Chase Van Tol, had the 59-yarder to make it 7-7 to Wyatt Stuntebeck. Pass receiving, Van Tol leads the way, 3 catches for 166 in those 2 long scores. Stuntebeck with 59 yards on the touchdown. Blake Thompson had a 23-yarder, and Ethan McNelly caught a pass for a touchdown as well. Riley Savanda was forced to punt 5 times. Lincoln Keenholz 4 times, which I believe is a season high as well. By the way, receiving for the Governors, Jack Merkwan officially 8 catches, an all-time, all-class state championship record-setting 234 yards, and the 2 touchdowns from 92 and 75 yards. Brock Mosier catches 3 passes for 10 yards and the 2-yard shovel pass touchdown. Jet Zabel catches 1 ball for 18 yards. Brecken Kruger had an 8-yard catch as well. And Jackson Edmond with a 4-yarder. Cade Kaiser actually held receptionless, if you will. Even Jaden Weeby had a couple of targets, but unable to haul in a couple of early passes in that one. So, again, the total stats in this one, pretty close, in fact. The Governors win at 35-20, but Pierre did have a little bit of an advantage in the total yards. 389 to 314 on the official stats. So congratulations again to the Pierre Governors. I don't think they had the stats that they had a season ago when Lincoln Keenholz himself had 537 yards of total offense, but doesn't really matter. There's only one stat that matters, and that's the final score, 35-20. Let's talk about big plays in this game. Big plays are brought to you by Hermanson Endodontics in Pierce. Certainly several big plays to talk about. Let's hear from Hermanson's, and we'll make it official when we come back with more of our Pierre Governor Championship and Family Dental postgame.
Quality comes first at Hermanson Endodontics. Dr. Brian Hermanson serves Central South Dakota with specialty root canal treatment. Hermanson Endodontics strives to provide treatment that is not only comfortable, but also provides the best possible outcome. They do this by effective and timely communication with your dentist and preserving as much of the tooth as possible using state-of-the-art 3-dimensional imaging and the dental operating microscope to guide diagnosis and treatment. Ask your dentist if a root canal specialist is right for you. Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre.
Well, Hermanson Endodontics with big plays of the game, and David Burrell talked about one big play of the game with Deegan Huska, who made that 4th down stick with the Governors leading 28-20. T-Area needed a 4th down play, and that came right after the Governors went up 28-20. That was still in the 3rd quarter with 2:26 to play when they started that drive, actually with 19 seconds left. But T-Area was at the midfield stripe on a 4th down and 2. Definitely could have punted and tried to play field position, trusting their offense to maybe come back and score on a later opportunity. But they went for it on 4th and 2, which I think a lot of people expected them to do. But the Governors were up to the task. This T-Area put it into their hands of their leader, Chase Van Tol, but he was stuffed for no gain on 4th and 2. They stayed right there at the 50. The Governors did not turn that into points, but as the Governors came back and got 2 more defensive plays with interceptions by Huska and Keenholz. You're looking at big plays, each one of those. We talk about second half adjustments, and the Govs made those second half adjustments. It didn't seem like it was an immediate turnaround, but the defense is, I think, where the adjustments were once again made, and the Govs were able to come up big there. Offensive big plays of the game, the first 2 certainly long passes with Jack Merkwan to 92 and 75 yards, but I think after the Keenholz interception, which he kind of returned for a touchdown, even though the penalty brought it back to the 15. I think the one time in this game when the Governors finally got a 2-possession lead, Keenholz's 11-yard touchdown run, that made it 35-20. That's when Governor fans were able to breathe a little bit easier. Give Emmett Anderson some credit on intercepting that 4th down gimmick play, and that was the final nail in the coffin. We pretty much have to go to the end of the game to come up with your Hermanson Endodontics big plays of the game. Brought to you by Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre. And we'll take a 2-minute timeout, and we'll finish it up with Cowboy Country Stores. They'll provide us with our Cowboy Country Stores player of the game. And we've got that on the way as our Family Dental postgame continues. This is Governor Championship Football.
Chances are you're overlooking a big energy thief in your home or commercial building. The garage doors. But Overhead Door Company of Pierre can help stop that energy waste with a full range of insulated, weather-tight garage doors. Their residential garage doors give you insulated performance at an uninsulated price. And their Thermocore insulated steel doors give commercial buildings the energy efficiency they demand today. Find out more. Call Overhead Door Company of Pierre at 1-800-649-9905 and put a stop to the garage door energy thief.
Hey, DQ fans, I'm so thankful for November's Blizzard of the Month, and you will be too. The Oreo Hot Cocoa Blizzard Treat is back. Yes, you heard that right. Oreo cookies, cocoa fudge, whipped topping, and world-famous DQ soft serve all blended together into tantalizing treat perfection. Go quick. Something this delicious won't be available forever. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy taste good.
Do you dream of a custom home built within your budget and done on time? Kruger Contracting can make that dream a reality. They're a trusted home builder since 2003, and they're going to be upfront and open about cost and transparent about where your money is going when it comes to your new home. Their skilled crew will manage construction of your new home from start to finish. They're located in Pierre and can build your home in Pierre, Fort Pierre, or the surrounding area. Call 605-222-2523. Visit KrugerContracting.com or find Kruger Contracting on Facebook.
Anytime is a good time for Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre. Fill up your tank and your stomach. Hunting the fields, fishing the waters, taking kids to activities, Cowboy Country Stores are ready for you. Feed the family while on the go with delicious foods. Breakfast starting at 5 a.m. Fresh baked pastries, coffees, regular and breakfast pizzas. Federal Bird Stance. Convenience with a capital C. Cowboy Country Stores and Champs Chicken on Euclid and Harrison in Pierre and in Fort Pierre.
Back with our Family Dental postgame and Cowboy Country Stores giving us our Cowboy Country Store player of the game. And in the losing effort today, Chase Fantol certainly up to the task with what he was able to do. Not just, not from a running standpoint, because the Governors, amazingly enough, bottled him up. 10 carries, 22 yards. But from a receiving standpoint, 3 catches and 166 yards with 2 long touchdowns. That's a great senior running football player. Playing his final game in a T-Area Titan uniform, so we pat him on the back. Maddox Slykehouse, to me, who was just a first-year quarterback as a starter for the Titans. A smaller quarterback, doesn't really see over the offensive and defensive linemen so much, I think, to be a pocket passer, even though the first pass of the game that he completed to Wyatt Stuntbeck was exactly that, a pocket pass over the middle. So a kid that impresses me from a quarterbacking standpoint, and he's done that twice in the 2 games that the Governors have played against the Titans in this one. Give a lot of defensive credit to Matt Halber in particular, Jackson Smythe, a couple of great linemen and linebackers that the Titans have. Sam Wardell was making plays in the defensive backfield. Lincoln Keenholz had probably his toughest time throwing the football as he's had all season long, but certainly some honorable mentions there in the losing effort for the T-Area Titans. Certainly for the Governors, you're looking at player of the game opportunities. You're looking at Lincoln Keenholz. That's where it all begins. Although it comes to an end of sorts here today. 121 yards rushing, 274 yards receiving, 495 all told. Another 5 touchdowns for Lincoln Keenholz, and I may have to do some math to figure out his total for the season, but I think he's at 70 now. I think that puts him at 70 touchdowns passing and rushing combined on the season. In fact, he had a defensive touchdown that was wiped away there too. You are looking at Deegan Huska, who played a great defensive ball game, and all of those linebackers. It's what a bunch of linebackers. Chase Sarda, Chance Sarda, Gavin Stotts, Huska, along with Trey Lewis. Every one of them made some big plays in this game. Jacob Mayer, as he shined on this field a year ago, also making some stops. I think the Governors, despite the 3 big plays that they gave up, which they did not do a month ago at Hollister Field when these 2 teams met in the regular season, they did give up big plays today, but still the defense stood their ground when they needed to. In fact, the Governors did not trail in this game, and the defense, as we say, when they needed to, rose to the occasion. Offensive linemen doing a great job, but this day, other than Lincoln Keenholz belongs to Jack Merkwan. The record-setting 234-yard effort on 8 catches, 2 long touchdowns, and, it's perfect timing, too, because I've been waiting all season long to give Jack Merkwan a Player of the Game t-shirt. He's going to get it. Cowboy Country Store's Player of the Game is the senior, number 17, Jack Merkwan of the Pierre Governors. David Burrow, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you. I can tell you he looked pretty happy when I talked with him here, and that's why I wanted to ask him about the frustrations he's had this season, feeling a little ill at times and not getting the catches at times. But, Jack's always smiling. You and I both know him
and he
pretty
loves
well.
to talk.
And he loves to talk, but he was especially happy down there.
He should be a radio guy.
He might be. He might take our jobs one day.
No, and it's really cool for me. You talk about Jack even mentioned, you guys talked about his dad, Trent, who was the quarterback of the first team that made it to the Dome back in 1988, which was actually my junior year of high school. And I remember the play that Emmett Anderson intercepted the pass on was the exact same kind of play that Trent Merkwan as a quarterback caught. The only touchdown of that game was O'Gorman blew the Governors out that particular night, but and that started early. That's another another conversation for
Walking down
another
memory
time.
lane.
Oh yeah, it's hard not to do. But as we talk about walking down memory lane, I always like to say on championship days when I talk to coaches and things like that, go make a memory, because that's exactly what these kids did. This is a hard-fought game. Certainly the best opponent, and it's 2 times over. The best opponent the Governors faced this season, if it wasn't themselves, was the T-Area Titans.
To some of us, this might start to get a little, maybe not to you, but maybe to me, who's only been here about 3 years, it's like, oh, yeah, they won another championship. But that's why I made the point is it's so hard to win. And it is so hard to win. And even if you win by 50 points, it's a hard thing to do. And you're doing that every week. And then you're doing it for 6 years in a row, and you're doing it 7 out of 10. Your point about West Central winning 9 out of 10. I don't care how many teams are in a classification or whatever, or what state it is. That is so unbelievably difficult to do. And so is what the Pierre Governors have done in this amazing stretch. And you credit these players. But, yeah, they've got to buy into what these coaches are telling them. But, I mean, especially for this group of players, that was a very easy ask.
Yeah, we talk about these seniors, most of them playing since grade school together. And we knew that this group of guys was going to be special athletes. And those of us who kind of watch these kids grow up, that there are special things ahead. And unfortunately, I think from a football standpoint, that the bittersweetness of it is that today is the last time we'll get to see them all together on a football field. And that's just hard. It's hard to take in a little bit. And I kind of figured I'd be awful emotional. Maybe I'm just kind of relaxing right now as we get a chance to talk about it. But the memories they've made here last year in Cole Peterson's game-ending kick, and this year, and just the blood, the sweat, and the tears, and in some cases the mud that goes into a season like this. It's hard to win one game. It's hard to win 12 of them in a row, and that's what Pierre has done, to say nothing about the championships.
Just caught a glimpse of 2 of and there are still a few players on the field. How long has this game been over? An hour or 45 minutes probably? But 2 guys that and here's Deegan Huska going off the field. We visited him before a few moments ago. Chance Sarda and Emmett Anderson left the field at the same time, and happy and big days for both of them today.
2 big days today, and those are 2 of the guys that'll be back. If you're looking at Governor playmakers coming back as this senior group leaves, there's Jet Zabel, there's Brock Mosier, there's Trey Lewis, there's those 2 guys on the lines that you mentioned, Matthew Coverdale, who was unable to play in this game, or the last 4 of the season or so, but he'll be back and kind of leading that way. You definitely have the playmakers, and we've seen a couple of guys at quarterback, and E.J. Bucci and Dawson Getz. I apologize for the hesitation on that, but those are guys who we're learning along the way. But the other thing we touch on is how well these 2 teams play, or how well these guys play together. They learn from these coaches, and as you're talking to Jack Merkwan down there, I really wanted to have you ask him and these guys about their football IQ. These guys understand the game of football learning from the best group of mentors that I think you could ever assemble in Steve Steele and his cast of characters. But just football IQ is off the charts with these guys.
I don't want to insinuate anything by saying this, but for however long head coach Steve Steele is around in Pierre, folks, you're going to be lucky you are lucky to have him, and you will be for however, and who knows, maybe he'll be here another 40 years, but however long it is, you're lucky to have not only him, but he puts guys on his staff that know what they're talking about too, and know how to teach and engage and appreciate what these young men do. This is as well coached a team in high school football as you're going to find in a whole lot of places.
You know, one last point I want to make too is about defensive adjustments. Coach Calda and I talked about the adjustments at halftime that the Governors needed to make, because usually you talk about the defensive adjustments that we've seen last year against T Area in the championship game, the semifinal against Aberdeen Central the weekend before that last year. It seemed to me it was the offense that needed to make adjustments mostly coming into the second half. Now, there was an adjustment made in that they didn't turn the football over. They turned it over twice in the first half, but no turnovers in the second half. Still, the defense made 3 interceptions in a row on the last 3 possessions for T Area. Maybe that is where the adjustments were made in the second half in the end.
I think that's one, but I think that the offensive line, after that one stretch, as I think I mentioned it during the broadcast, that one stretch in the first quarter, that the T Area was pushing them around a little bit, like they really didn't even do a whole lot in the first meeting, and like the Governors hadn't done to them all year. Well, it was Pierre's offensive line taking control after that.
Adjustments. Nobody does it better. The Pierre Governors are 6-time champions. We've taken care of all of the orders of business that we have. I think we'll run down the scores in the championship matches. We should mention, by the way, on our way out, safe travels to everybody on the way home, and those who are maybe still coming for the 11 AAA game as well. Coming up tonight, but the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety wishes everybody safe travels. They celebrate being a part of a team, and they remind us all to keep our eyes on the road, not on the phone.
And I do have one more order of business to tell you about, and that is that there will be a welcome home celebration for the Governors. It is 6 p.m. Monday evening at the Riggs High Gym.
6 o'clock. Hope to get a big crowd in that one at the gym, 6 o'clock with that welcome home. And by the way, this championship game has been brought to you by this station, River 92.7, your official voice of the Governors, and drgnews.com, also our advertisers, and these member schools of the South Dakota High School Activities Association. No rebroadcast in whole or in part may be made without the written permission of the SDHSAA. So last week, championships in the All-Nations Conference went to Todd County over Red Cloud, 72-26, and to Lower Brule, 46-0 over Teospa-Zena. And then the 9B championship on Thursday with Hitchcock Tulare defeating Harriet Selby area 50-28. Gregory is a champion again in 9A, 36-23 over previously unbeaten Warner. And then Wall, the Eagles, yesterday a 34-14 win over Parkston. We have a West River Mountain Time champion in South Dakota for once in a long time.
Good for Lex Heathershaw, too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Elk Point Jefferson, a 21-14 upset win over the Winter Warriors, who were denied a 3rd straight title yesterday afternoon. And last night, Del Rapids defeating West Central, number 1 over number 2, 24-7. In 11AA, the Pierre Governors are number 1 over number 2. The Governors 12-0 with this 35-20 victory over T Area. Tonight, kicking off at 7 o'clock, it's undefeated Sioux Falls Jefferson in their second year of existence, taking on a team that's been here 3 times in a row, and the Harrisburg Tigers with a 9-2 mark. And Sioux Falls Jefferson may be the team of destiny in that one tonight.
Well, what a week it's been, and we're not done, because you'll be a little north of here, but don't forget Thursday afternoon, Pierre Governor volleyball in the AA state tournament after the win over Brandon Valley yesterday. Finally got to play that Sodex 16 match, but around 12:45 Thursday afternoon here on River 92.7. Brian will be there when the Governors take on Jefferson. A great finish to the season, but it was Jefferson that handed the Governors their last regular season loss, and Yeah, Brandon Valley gave him a little tussle yesterday, but this is a team better than I, Brian, because you're around them so much. They are so determined to improve on that 8th place finish from a year ago.
You talk about teams making adjustments. The ugliest loss of the year for the Govs was at Jefferson last week, and Tiffany Stoser, I know, is trying to find a way, and the girls will, and they're speaking of their sport IQ, the volleyball IQ for that Governor girl squad is still among. I would put that at the top of the charts as well. They're going to have to find a way, though. That quick offense of Sioux Falls Jefferson really caused a lot of problems for that team a week and a half ago. But looking forward to it at the Danny Sanford Premier Center next week. Sioux Falls Jefferson will be the opponent. They're the 4 seed. Governors are the 5. The rest of that tournament field, Sioux Falls Washington is the 8 seed. They'll play either Sioux Falls Roosevelt or Rapid City Stevens, who are still playing this afternoon. That match, I don't know, I think it just started a little bit ago. But and then the bottom bracket, Sioux Falls O'Gorman, the 2 seed takes on number 7 Huron. The 3 seed will be Harrisburg, and their opponent will be Sioux Falls Lincoln in the first round. So the Governors in the state volleyball tournament. Our next broadcast here on River 92.7, as David said, 12:45 Thursday afternoon. Hope you can join us for that. Final thoughts?
A privilege to watch this team. I said it about Lincoln, but it's a privilege to watch this team play at their best, and in the second half today especially, they were at their best.
You know what? And guys like Lincoln Kenols are going to make me watch more college football from here on out. I'm more of an NFL guy and a high school guy myself.
I know you are. Well, we still got to teach you about rushing, about sacks counting against rushing yards instead of passing yards, but that's okay. I think I might be watching the Washington Huskies a little more next year and seeing how much that young man gets. And I don't want to slide any of the other kids. There are a lot of others that are going to play college football, but no. As Steve Steele said again, he was the best player in the field, and you guys said it too. He may be the best player this program has ever produced, and whatever good things happen in the future for him, he deserves.
Amen. Hey, thanks for joining us. For John Calda, who I appreciate his time, we'll get him in the wrestling booth as well when we come up. By the way, after state volleyball, wrestling coverage begins on Thursday night, December 8th. The Governors host the Brookings Bobcats. Tuesday, December 13th, it'll be the Governors hosting Aberdeen Central for wrestling in the fall sports season coming up. For Heather Williams, who does it better than anybody else, technical direction back in studio. Thank you, sweetheart, for doing what you do and for keeping us on the air. Our broadcasts will be available on demand, audio only, but we do have it available once we sign off for rebroadcast at your leisure. The Pierre Governors are the 6-time defending champions. Now, your final score on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard: Governors 35, the T-Area Titans 20. For John Calda, David Burrell, and Heather Williams, I'm Brian Oakland. Thank you for joining us. We are your official voice of Pierre Governor Athletics, River 92.7, drgnews.com. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, everybody.
Governors State Championship Football on River 92.7 has been brought to you by Bank West, Beck Motors, Dakota Storm Roofing, Dairy Queen, Live Ticket, Overhead Door, Rinky Gray Wealth Management, Avera Orthopedics, Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota, Kruger Contracting, and the Brittany Shufflebine Agency. Governor Football is brought to you by Wegner Auto, Kathy Sunshine Properties, Oahe Federal Credit Union, the May Adam Law Firm, Fisher Rounds and Associates Insurance and Real Estate, Lynn's Dakota Mart, Gators Pizza, Pasta, and Subs, Pierre Regional Airport, American Bank and Trust, Oahe Family YMCA, Red Rosa Italian Grill, Swenson Cowan Dental, First Dakota National Bank, and the Boys and Girls Club of the Capital Area. Governor Football is brought to you in part by Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union. These special in-game sponsors bring you Governor Football. Potsdam Agency State Farm Insurance, the Hughes County Sheriff's Department, the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, Central Dakota Eye Care, Envirotech, the South Dakota Attorney General's Office Division of Consumer Protection, Comtech, Coca-Cola Bottling, Lyden and Associates, Ameriprise Financial, Family Dental of Pierre and Gettysburg, Hermanson Endodontics, Cowboy Country Stores, and Gales Gas Service. The proceeding has been a presentation of DRG Media Group Sports on the official voice of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7.
River 92.7.